Hi, hi. How are you guys? Well, I know how Eggy and Void are doing. Well, I know how Eggy is doing, and I know how Void's car is doing. How's Punsby? Hold on. Just gonna turn the game capture down a little. Also bring my mic closer. Because Moidu said I was quiet. Yeah. I don't know if you guys have heard of Duet Night Abyss. I mentioned it a couple of times, but supposedly it's a gacha-free gacha game. They took out the gacha system, kind of. I think they still have banners, but you can craft any of the characters at any time with in-game items. So none of them are really like limited. They also removed the energy system, which they probably still have daily restrictions or weekly restrictions. But I'm hoping that we can still grind. At least I get my extra hour of sleep back this weekend. I hope so. Yeah. Oh yeah! Is it time change? Is it this Sunday? Yeah. I'm excited. I've been waiting for this to come out for a while. Turn down a little bit. I've seen ads for the game. From what I'm hearing, I might give it a try. Well, let's take a look. I did briefly start the game, and the second I saw a cutscene start, I just force quit it. So hopefully it still plays. So yeah, I'm excited. I actually don't know anything about the story of the game. I do know actually, you don't just pick one protagonist. The story is from both of their point of view. So you play as both. I'm guessing a little bit like ZZZ. Sorry. ZZZ. Okay. Okay, fishing minigame. America server? Yes. Okay, yeah. This is the cutscene that I saw before. Woof. Ow.
Tell me the truth if you want to live. Why are you here? Who's with you? And who on earth are you?
Hot. Sorry. Who am I? Yeah, who am I? Oh, I do select a character. Okay. I've been told it's from both their perspectives. Maybe it's a ZZZ situation after all. What does the guy look like? Twink. Vita. No. I am Yuri. So far the graphics are way better than Genshin, but that bar is low. The bar is low. I think it's on par with Wuwa. You can? In Wuwa? I have not played enough. I tried getting into it, I just could not. What a beautiful area.
In my dreams that unfold like a double helix, I've asked myself that question countless times.
British
Up
protagonist.
until now, there has been no answer. Only endless, flowing quicksand covering my vision. Him.
If this is an Aglaya situation, I hope I don't hear her voice very much. I don't know how I'm feeling about that accent. Oh, okay. I can't control. I can only tap forward. Is that what the guy sounds like? It's refreshing he doesn't sound like a child. Well, not a child. A young teenager, often. We could always put the presumably JP voiceover if it becomes unbearable. You cannot pay me to read. This escape was heralded by that odd dream. I've been plagued by similar ones all my life, but now it's time for the reflection. There's something more pressing at the moment. Barry and I must flee from this isle. For the peace we once knew has been torn asunder by the vile claws of something. Proceeds to read. You know what I mean. I'm not like reading the whole story.
Get some more sleep. I won't leave. I'll be right here when you wake up.
It's okay. We should get down the mountain and
Oh,
head.
hi! Thank you for the goods.
You want to go back? There have been roars coming from there for days.
I was thinking if we could make it home and grab our weapons, and with your strength, we'll find a way out. No one's going to save us, no matter how long we stay here anyway.
Let's go then.
What the fuck is happening?
Take it easy.
Berenica? Okay, hold on. Miscellaneous. Consume redemption code. Fuck y'all. Okay, let's see. We got DNA. Duet Night Abyss. DNA. Oh my god, I never even noticed that. Confirm. Consume. DNA get. Okay. I don't know what any of these materials are. I'm guessing the paper is level up. DNA biscuit. DNA biscuit. Okay, money, I'm guessing. What is this? Epic Games DNA. DNA release. Oh, I'm not typing. DNA free play. DNA 1028. That is the release date. DNA Live. Did I click cancel? I did. DNA Global. Motherfucker. Okay, hold on. They also sent me some redeem codes. Let me just make sure those were all of them. Yes. Well, thank you very much, by the way, Snow. Let me actually pin that. The game was like, I hunger for codes. Feed me! Okay. Okay, I'm not taking fire damage.
Watch your step.
Oh, pretty. What's this? Okay, I can't do anything with either of my clicks, so I'm just gonna keep going until it tells me of control. Because my abilities seem to be locked. L control to crouch, slide, space. Whoa! Well, hello? Okay, okay. Press L control and then space. Woo!
You're not fully recovered. Are you sure you can do this?
I'm okay. It's just a few scratches.
Don't push yourself too hard.
Can I
We still
climb?
have to save some strength for those
Ooh.
filthlights.
Wait, now I'm wondering, did they mean the energy system as in like daily energy or stamina as in running? Did I misunderstand that? Beautiful. Purgatorio Island. You have drops on? I just got a notification from, I believe? I think it's something, the game has double audio. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. Yep. I think it does. Brain. I think that's something that's on automatically. Map and teleport are now unlocked. Summon the avian spirit to record the avian towers to revisit these places in a flash. I thought it was an echo during the cutscene, but it just didn't like stop. Yeah, my bad. Approach to summon the... Fuck, this is... I think this is in Honkai 2. Oneric? I don't know. Avian spirit to record the current avian tower. Press M to map, open map and teleport to any recorded avian tower. Okay.
The village is in dead silence. I'm afraid they've probably... they've probably scarpered off by boat. We should hurry home and get the weapons, and then get to the wharf. It's still dangerous here.
We're unarmed right now. We have to avoid those filthoids as much as possible.
Almost there. It's up ahead.
Okay, hold on. Audio is much better, thank you. Hold on, how's my computer temperature? Okay, we're fine. Let me actually turn up the FPS a little bit. I know I turned it down. I don't know, does that feel smoother? I feel like it does.
Take that sword with you. It might be helpful one day.
Gotta make sure that your GPU is nice and toasty. It's not my GPU, it's always my CPU. We back with Yerby Car Radio. Hi! Drive safe, please.
Keep yourself safe. I'll take care of these filthoids.
Okay, when a character is attacked, the shield displayed below is usually consumed first. Once the shield is breached, further attacks will reduce HP. Okay. Ooh. Don't love the forced camera jumps. It's a little disorienting. Are we... Do I have to pick that up by hand? What's happening? Hello? What is that? I want it. Is it bugged? What's happening? Okay, one hit. I'm doing way too much.
They didn't even leave one single boat.
You were at the village when the filthoids came, weren't you? If it wasn't for coming back for me, you could have escaped with them.
Don't be silly. You'd have done the same for me. Let's search
Would I?
along the shore and see if there's any old boats or something.
Do I know this person? Oh, it's a cooldown? Okay, and it stacks. 2 stacks.
These are... Someone must have lost them when they ran away.
Take it. It's always good to be well armed.
Select a weapon. Extremely rapid fire rate. Capable of neutralizing enemies from a long distance. Slower fire rate. Capable of firing multiple bullets at the same time to inflict substantial damage on nearby enemies. I'll do long range.
No chance we're leaving by sea. Guess we'll have to count on that thing. Listen, there's actually another ship on this island, up in the mountain ruins.
A ship? On the mountain?
Okay, not the best lip syncing, but it's better than Genshin. Again, the bar is low.
Yes, a ship that flies. Now follow me.
Ranged weapons are ideal for defeating enemies far away or in an elevated position. Note the limits of their magazine and ammo. There's a chance to obtain ammo supplies by defeating enemies, opening chests, or destroying breakable objects, which can be used to replenish the projectiles for ranged weapons.
More filthoids are coming. Stay close. If necessary, give out the secret signals. We made
What?
them up earlier so as not to alert the filthoids up the mountain.
Yes.
Alright, a quick check. 2 pats on the right shoulder.
Watch your back.
And two
Okay,
cracks
the
in the chest.
shield regenerates over time.
Come closer.
Boost.
And scraping on the nose.
Everything's okay now.
Good. And the last one. 3 quick blinks.
I've forgotten.
Remember, 3 quick blinks means
I'm not interested in that signal. And I won't remember it anyway.
Mood. Can I switch? Grappling hook. Okay. Grapple points. Press F. Okay. Simple enough. You fuck off. Are we trying to defeat them or just get out of here? Devil May Cry style combo meter. Maybe I should give this game a go. I have no idea. Never played it. I don't think I've even seen someone play it. Oh. Oh, okay. That was the story recap. It's just dialogue history.
Is this place a temple?
yes. Someone once left that flying ship here. And a key.
I'm sorry to point this out. Her hair is crazy, bro. It's giving comb over. Verify. Hold on. Gotta collect. I gotta have my stuff. I need stuff. Can't hear good now, but saying like, hi, love you, cat. Thank you. She's charging a solar flare under their, like, Krillin from Dragon Ball. She's, it's a choice. The thing is, like, the way her hair is set up is like she has bangs under her bangs. She chose just like a section of hair from way beyond her hairline to drape over her actual bangs, which is very interesting. Cosplayers are gonna love that though, because absolutely zero hairline is showing.
Listen. Thrust your sword right in there.
That's what he said. Sorry, what?
Like this?
One of the choices, possibly of all time. It's not terrible, it's just a little weird. It's very much giving comb over. To me.
So the key is this sword.
Yes. Your sword was never meant to hurt.
Whoops. Whoa. Okay, maybe I was wrong. Maybe it's not the daily energy thing. Maybe it's the stamina like running stamina and climbing stamina that was removed.
Let's head towards the top of the mountain. There used to be an airship there. If it's still around, we might be able to make it out.
You weren't here before. I really like her design though. Hi Gusty! How you doing? You're so hot and pretty and cute and cool and gorgeous, and I'm running out of adjectives. You're adorable. You are delightful. Cool.
Are these filthoids dead?
It seems someone had a fight with them just before we arrived.
Could it be one of the villagers? No, we were the first to open that door. Anyway, thanks to that person, we don't have to deal with these filthoids ourselves.
Whoever it was, they're not to be underestimated. We must be vigilant.
Spring water. The remains of a filthoid. Its lingering warmth proves that there. See, this is why I don't read. Proves that there was a fierce battle here not long ago. Should I play this game, Yuri? I don't know yet. I can neither recommend it nor recommend against it. Lockpicking quick time events. This game's got everything. Oh, okay, I can't go through there. Is there multiplayer? I do not know, actually. Probably. Most of these games have multiplayer of some kind, although usually not very, in-depth. Yoink! Love me some materials. Why does that keep happening? I can't pick it up.
It seems someone used to live here. This was your home. Am I right, Berry?
Oh, she's Barry. For some reason...
Yes, and no. It was our home.
Our home? But I don't remember a thing.
Okay.
It's okay. Maybe it's all for the best. After we make it out, we'll build a new home.
Can I hold Yui's hand? I can kneel for her. Baby, get up. It's okay. You don't have to kneel. Yeah, for some reason I thought she was talking about her, like, the male protagonist. I was like, Barry is an interesting name. Very cutesy. Oh, okay. The other click is the gun. Alright. I thought so too, or like some other character that maybe she only remembers the name of, yeah. Okay. I don't know why. For some reason I thought the numbers next to them meant how many stacks of health they have. Which is why I was surprised that they were going down so quickly. It's their level. I'm an idiot. I don't know why I thought that. I've been playing too much Love and Deep Space where the enemies have like multiple health bars. Oh my goodness! Thank you, Ghosty! Yes? Okay. Can I please give that? I don't. Why is it floating? Can I pick those? Yes. Yoink, yoink. Do Violet. Do Violet. Fuck you.
The ship is at the mountaintop. After a short break, we'll push on.
I feel like the protagonist is kind of looks kind of like a moth.
You creatures just can't give us a break, can you?
She's definitely giving moth. Okay, so shooting has a bit of a target lock, like auto aim. E. 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 There's no cooldown? Oh, okay. It's the meter at the bottom. It just fills really quickly. Oi. I thought that said you're a gooner. Oh my god.
Let's get to the top to shake them off.
I got an achievement that said you're a goner. How do I interact with this? I can only do 50 at a time? R? Magazine full? Okay, magazine full. I'm gonna lurk and enjoy dinner. Okay, well, thank you. Sorry. Gonna have to lurk while I go eat dinner. Hope you enjoy the game. Probably gonna start it tomorrow, and by the weekend, if you're down, we can play together. I would love that. I hope you have a wonderful night and dinner. Thank you for lurking, Eggy. Have a wonderful evening. Mwah. Just parked. Gotta go inside. Yes, get inside safely. Thank you for driving safely. Tear you apart. Why can't I pick these up? Oh. Ooh. That's fun. I like that.
We've been searching for years. When will the chief give up this pointless hunt? Who's there? Lay down your arms! You're surrounded by the 13th Legion.
How come? What's that?
Bloop.
What happened, Barry?
Bloop. Bloop.
Legion. They found their way here.
Hey, besties. Bloop.
Anyway, we gotta break out first.
Fuckle. Fuckle.
They must be up to something.
Bloop. They really are throwing just like dozens and dozens of one-hits to us for some reason.
Is this your idea of accurate intel, Randy? You gave me your word.
The
Tartaglia?
soldiers did their best with the filthoids. These are indeed unforeseen circumstances, but
He has a
we
nose.
found something valuable on this island today. Alchemical tools she has used, and an airship with a Legion serial number on it.
You realize we're looking for number 0, not this useless junk, right?
We've been searching for over a decade, but our maritime unit intercepted several of the villagers' vessels. They might be able to dig up some... Were those gunshots?
Randy.
Yes, Mom.
Yes, Mom.
You can't get away.
Yes, the fuck I can. I'm the main character. Okay, I'm just gonna run past them. Thank you for the like. Have a wonderful shower and second dinner. Interesting cut animatic or cut animation. Oh, double jump. That's fun. Okay. Powerful enemies will maintain their combat stance, which can be weakened by attacks. The enemies will lose balance when their stance is weakened to a certain extent, and once it's completely weakened, they will be briefly stunned. Enemies being stunned will become vulnerable and reveal their weakness. At this point, they can be approached to perform a powerful strike. Some daemons refer to it as Ask's Retribution, which brings both destruction and opportunity. Tip for the sheep. I did. Thank you, Moss. I don't know why I didn't see that, but I did hydrate anyway, but I will hydrate again.
Give it up. It's over.
Okay. I'm not really taking any hits. Not much dodge incentive when it kind of plinks off me.
You can get away.
Surrender.
Not bad, I must say. Kick.
Oh, is that... Wait.
Tell me the truth if you want to live.
Okay.
Why are you here? Who's with you? And who on earth are you?
That's how it happened.
The Filthoids attacked you for no reason after you came here. And you managed to open the hidden path by chance. Is that really your story?
We're telling the truth. Let her go. Chief Sybil, we've checked her spinal structure and confirmed that she's the number 0 we've been looking for.
Her cake, bro.
Fortune has finally smiled upon me. Take her back. As for her...
Got pretty nails.
Don't take her.
Remember. You must remember. Your power. The power of resonance. If you wish to save all this.
Okay, we get a boss form. Inspired by the power of resonance, Berenica's ultimate skill has been awakened. Press Q to unleash Berenica's ultimate skill, Nether Flames. Nether Flames continuously consumes sanity during its activation, releasing sword waves in the attacking direction. Press Q again to end the ultimate skill.
That is... Number 0 is not supposed to release all her powers, yet why? No. That's not her power. It's resonance. That brat she's trying to protect. That's the new receptacle for the power of resonance. Come to think of it, her face was a reappearance of the power of resonance and number 0 together. What could this possibly mean?
What?
Hang in there. I got you.
Yeesh.
Give it up, number 0. Even the toughest blade has its breaking point. Come back with me, and you'll live. So will this kid you care so much about. Otherwise, she will...
Give me your word.
Hmm?
I'll go back with you, but you have to promise to let her go. Give me your word, or you can take 2 corpses back.
Perhaps I wasn't clear. This is not a negotiation. It's an order.
Maybe I should play this game. She's hot.
Out of here and live.
All the women seem hot and dominant.
Quick question. The 3 quick blinks means... I've got this, Barry. 3 quick blinks means... Even if left all alone, you should be brave and live on. Until the day we meet again.
back.
Hi.
My other half. My reflection. And my echo.
Okay, the timeline here, the timeline of events is pretty disorienting.
You heard my voice and retrieved the power that belongs to you. The resonance.
This power didn't change anything. I fell into the sea, and I'll never wake up again. It's all over.
Okay, that was pretty bad lip syncing.
No, I can see it. Your future, our future. It doesn't end here. Someone will pluck you from the briny waters and lead you to a frozen wilderness where destiny will pose the ultimate test.
Are you saying I'm still alive?
It's time to set off. Life is like a lonely cruise through the boundless darkness of the night. The river weeps, overflowing its banks, while the thorny thickets on either side stand as a testament to its sorrow. I'll keep watching over you, the one across the shore.
Did not mean to click, but let's go. That is a big chunky moth. I love it. Is it a moth? It looks like maybe it's a bunny. I don't know. Another hot woman. Sorry. Oh yeah.
This is my first time in the Cassitis province.
She's hot. Yeah.
Show their hospitality. I don't want to bother you. I just want to strike a small bargain. I'll pay you whatever you want. And all you have to do, well, it will be a piece of cake.
Scars. I know. I know.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Is she our Paimon?
Camilla! Look! She has woken up!
She has woken up.
Incapacitated. No broken bones, then.
Who are you? How do you know my name? Berry, where are we? No. We were... I must find Berry. If it weren't for me, she would have managed to escape from those soldiers. Maybe... Hey, are you even listening? Camilla and Snow have come all this way to save you. You better come with us to the city right now, or else you'll soon become a snack for some wandering filthoids. To the city?
I know for a fucking fact people are gonna be really weird about snow. And I don't like it.
Got a fright, huh? No worries. You'll be safe in a jiffy. Ice Lake is the largest city in northern Hyperborea. Hyperborea? I'm in the Hyperborean Empire. Well, yeah. What's the big deal? Do you know this woman called Sybil? Others refer to her as the Chief, and she's supposed to be in this country. I need to find her.
Sybil is a common name, but there's only one that's linked with the title Chief. You want to find her? How did you lose your mind to the blizzard? I thought Charons are supposed to be resistant to cold temperatures.
I'm serious. She might have taken something that's very important to me. So I must find her and get to the bottom of it.
Espionage, assassination, defiance. With what you've just said, the Imperial soldiers could arrest you for these 3 reasons alone. If you really want to find the Chief, I'd advise you not to rush into it.
Why is the default the mouth open?
And for the last time, if you don't want to end up as filthoid fodder, come with us.
Also, her mouth being open like kind of shows the inner part of her teeth. And I know it's the back of her teeth, but it kind of looks like she just has one tooth. Curious about how the rest of Athlesia sees us? Take a gander at the impressions we get across different regions. When chatting with people around the world, your choices tend to shape the locals' impressions of you. Increases in various impression attributes might bring more intel during interactions or activate side quests, providing support for your adventure. Lunoegi admires those with personality. Once you've built up a strong reputation with the impression scores, you can challenge Lunoegi in the city to a dice game for a chance to win Lunoegi's rewards. Sure.
I'll go with you.
That's fun. I like that. There's actually consequences for your actions. We need some fundamental knowledge before exploring this world. Ah. It says hold L alt to show the cursor, but it does not show the cursor.
You seem to be all bruises and cuts.
Okay. That was
Are you
lucky.
all right? I'm fine. The pain's gone now. Something really bad must have happened to you. But no worries.
Some skills trigger different effects based on whether they are held or pressed.
You're under my wing now. Snow will protect you. After all, Snow is...
Hold on. Loot. I love loot. What's this? Oh, challenge. Hold on. Yay. Is this an elevator? Oops, wrong way. Take that right back up. We'll be back later. Do I take fall damage? Can I climb up here? No.
Whoa! What is that over there?
Fuck if I know.
Seems like someone's had a bit of a some filthoids! Those nasty monsters! Phew! Thank goodness we took them down!
I remember someone just promised to protect me. Don't be afraid, everything's alright now.
I'm not afraid. I was just worried about that poor driver. Anyway, I have another question.
Anyway.
Do you know how far it is from this largest city in northern Hyperborea to Purgatorio Island? It's a small island. Should be to the south of Hyperborea, under a huge heaven tree, right? Ugh, it's far, far away. Over 1,500 kilometers from here. What? Did you come from there? Or are you trying to get there? Ah, don't worry about that now. Let's find a safe spot to take a breather first. That far away? So I didn't just drift here. But who and why would they bring me here?
Yoink. Oh, she runs like the kids in Genshin do.
Follow behind us. We'll get you in. And keep your mouth shut. If anything comes up...
Stop right there.
Oh. Hey.
Ugh, not another check. Don't even remember Camilla and Snow, huh? Looks like your eyes and your brain aren't working.
Not you, Luno. I was talking to... Oi, One Eye. In such a hurry to visit the Security Bureau for tea, eh? You're not from here, are you? Where are you from? Got your travel permit?
Sorry, I was drinking.
She's from the south, sent by the Vivar winery to deliver goods. The bridge was slippery, so the cart overturned, and some filthoids destroyed this poor thing's
Pixelated
cargo and
ass
luggage.
branch.
I'll reapply for the travel permit soon, but the child is quite shaken. Please, have mercy on this poor thing. Let her in for a warm meal.
Squeeze out a few tears.
Whoa, whoa. Why are you crying? Darn it. Chief never told us how to deal with tearful young ladies. This would have been a simple matter in the past, Miss Camilla, but, you know, recently that fork shakens or something is wanted nationwide, so the chief specifically asked for strict security checks across towns.
It's the Forsakens. I tell you what, I, Camilla Scarlet, on my honor, assure you that she has nothing to do with the Forsakens.
I just realized she has asymmetrical horns. She's got 3 on this side, 2 on this side, and the bottom one is way bigger on that.
All right, I trust you, Miss Camilla. But
Oh.
remember, keep a close eye on this kid and don't let her
Oh, it's just
stir
one.
up any trouble in town. If the chief finds out about this, we'll both be in for it.
Thank you. Next time you come to the Asphodel, it's on the house.
Okay, 1 on this side. How many on the other side? 2?
An excellent performance, I must say.
Thank you.
I'd say you're normally an honest kid. Look, your hands are still shaking.
It's all right. You'll get used to these tricks of survival in no time in a place like this.
Okay. It's not very reassuring.
All right. Now that I've brought you in, the deal is fulfilled. I should go back to my tavern. Stay out of trouble for me, all right?
I'm so confused by her horns. Are they like a crescent shape? Like not just like curling out of her head, but like full, like two points?
Wait a minute. I'm still quite confused.
Then make it quick. Time is money for a merchant.
Why is now the first time I'm noticing her bazongas? Your saving me doesn't seem like a coincidence. Is this the deal you just mentioned? I want to know how to get back to Purgatorio Island. I still want to see Sybil.
Snow just told you, didn't she? It's leagues away. If you're planning to head back there, the southbound train comes with a hefty fare, not to mention the travel expenses. You'd need at least a few thousand silver coins. Even if you'd rather beg your way across the Hyperborean plains, you'd still need to somehow deal with the inspections in every town you pass. Next time, you might not be so lucky. For all you know, you might well find yourself languishing in prison.
Right. Going all the way back is no picnic. I must first get some money and, as that soldier mentioned, a travel permit. Yep. Just yesterday, in the pitch black windy evening, a fiend cloaked in white light infiltrated Camilla's tavern and threatened her. Well, a hooded man in a white cloak struck a deal with Camilla to find you and bring you into town.
Okay.
Do you remember what this man looks like?
He was covered head to toe. Quite a mysterious figure. You don't know him either.
I have no clue.
You're not gonna mention the galaxy skin?
How curious. Some enigmatic benefactor from nowhere is willing to spend a fortune to save a stranger, but doesn't want to reveal his identity or intention.
Someone will pluck you from the briny waters and lead you to a frozen wilderness, where destiny will pose the ultimate test.
Could it have been the person from my dreams who orchestrated my rescue? But to what end have I been brought here?
The 13th Legion is directly under the Emperor's command, with bases in every province, so Sybil could be in any part of Hyperborea. The most likely place, though, is the colossal Steel Bastion in Dysmania, the Imperial capital city, where you can find the Empire's finest soldiers and an arsenal of every type of conceivable and inconceivable armaments. If Hyperborea is a roaring chariot, that place is its engine, its fiery core. If you want to give it a try, go ahead. You're neither the first nor the last madcap I've seen.
So, what I'm facing isn't just Sybil, but the Empire behind her. Do I stand a chance? Not for now, at least. I need a plan B.
Let's call it a day. I've been out so long, the Asphodel might be in quite the disarray by now. Try and survive on your own.
Sorry,
If
what?
you can't even do that, then don't ever again mention any mad talk about confronting Sybil to get your stuff back. Look, there's an inn up north called the Hypnos House that might take in someone with a sketchy backstory like you.
Meatloaf consumed. I see tig old badonka donkers on my screen and the cutest EP sheep note to man. Now I go to sleep. I hope you have a wonderful night and the sweetest dreams, and that I get to see you soon. Eggy, thank you for being here. I appreciate you.
You mean that spooky haunted house?
Where else else would take in a Charon without a travel permit, but a place that is so creepy, even the soldiers didn't want to search.
I understand. Thank you. All right. Seeing you so lonely and lost, I'll take you to this Hypnos house to see what's what.
Okay, cool. During story dialogues, when the view entry button appears in the lower right corner, you can select it to get more info. Okay. In the Atlassium, you can view all the entries that have been unlocked.
What exactly did you mean by haunted house? I heard about it from the guests at the Asphodel. There's always someone complaining. Like, even though it's such a big inn, the doors are always shut tight every day, turning away any travelers from outside the town. Or how the lodgers seem to never ever leave. And sometimes there's this really weird smell drifting from the inside of the house.
Complete Black Iron and White Flower of the chapter Noctojäger. Oh. To any and all lurking sleepyheads on the East Coast where it's currently past midnight, I hope you have a good morning. And to everyone else, if I don't see you later, then good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Thank you. I appreciate you, Eggy. To unlock co-op, meet other players from across time in dedicated co-op areas. Okay. Some areas become co-op areas after unlocking the feature. Entering these areas automatically enables co-op mode. Leaving them disables it. Okay. You can toggle auto-join on or off. Okay.
And how the innkeeper's face is colder than the waters of Lamenting Lake. It's as if he's not running an inn, but a coffin shop.
Twash. Crumpled letter, evidently mass-printed rather than handwritten, reads, Dear people of the Empire, greetings from your greatest Dis-I, the founder... Dis-1, maybe? The founder of the Hyperborea Empire, and Dismania, the imperial capital. Astonishing as it may seem, I am very much alive, having mastered the art of longevity. I am now gearing up to resume my greatest quest against Elysium. However, a small hitch. My required funds are all tied up in Ice Lake, and my current condition precludes me from accessing them personally. If you still have the honor and courage of being a man of the Empire, do send your sponsorship to number 233 Triumph Street in the Imperial Capital. Rest assured, once I've bounced back and retrieved the full war funds, your investment will be returned twofold. Remember, the war is coming, so please act swiftly. Your sponsorship is greatly anticipated. Once I'm ready, I will return like lightning. Yeah, that's a scam.
How boring.
Are these children? Because one of them had like a grown woman's voice. A moldy piece of rye bread encased in old newspaper. The bread is surely inedible now. Smoothing out the newspaper and brushing off the mold, you can find it is an edition from over a decade ago featuring a report about the 6th Legion's agreement with the original owners of the Glevum Pit. In the interest of the miners and for the betterment of Ice Lake, Glevum Pit will henceforth cease private mining operations, with all affairs to be managed by the Legion. The report includes several black and white photographs of the celebration ceremony. Oddly though, in these images, only the officer brandishing the agreement and the jubilant workers are visible. The pit's original owners are conspicuously absent. Whether by choice or circumstance, one cannot tell. Who's this? Furnace fire burns the dawn.
talking to me?
You're too loud. No.
Thank you, kind traveler. But the song's not quite finished yet. Perhaps we could find its ending together?
Okay, Alfira.
Now, how should the final line go? I think it should be about the wind. The wind in Elysium smells of frankincense, melting into evening prayers. In Luca, it's turpentine from painters' lofts and caramel wafting from cafes. In Hiitsyuri, the scent is ink laced with wild mint. So, what does the wind smell like here in Hyperborea?
Listen, as a Canadian, snow does have a bit of a smell.
So true. They say
So true,
three-quarters
Fiend.
of this city is made of snow. Locals told me it's always snowing in Ice Lake. Only thaws 3 months a year. And snow always has its partner, the wind. They dance together, nature's perfect duet. Thank you, dear miss. You've given me the line I needed. You're a rose blooming on the tundra. I think I can finally finish this song.
Yeah.
Doesn't sound too bad. I thought it was crammed with filthoids and civils.
Man hacking up along. A large poster commonly seen throughout the Empire bearing slogans like "All glory to our Emperor." This is Russia. Got it.
Here we are. You wait here.
Okay. I will say one thing I appreciate that they're not doing that Genshin does is make everything needlessly huge. If this was Genshin, these towers would be at least twice the actual, like twice this size. The streets would be fucking huge. Like, they're already big, but they would be fucking huge. The buildings would be probably close to twice as big. I like that these actually look like real buildings. Appropriately sized. That is one of the things that really pisses me off in Genshin, is how needlessly big and open and empty things are.
Who is it?
Oh, hey.
I am the pure white redeemer. Demon king of light. Listen well. This person...
Hello.
Donna, please. Miss Camilla Scarlet told me to come to this place. I was hoping to stay here for a few days.
No travel permit?
No. Yeah.
That woman's misplaced compassion knows no bounds. All right then, let's see it.
Money?
The price you're willing to pay. Haven't got any money?
I'll find a way to...
Then get lost.
Yeah, honestly valid.
You're so rude! A real disgrace to Ice Lake.
Aren't you afraid you go out of business with that attitude? Quite the opposite, bestie. I'm actually here on behalf of the security bureau. You will pay for this. Let's go, there'll be other ways.
Let's leave Snow. Mr. Henrik, I'm back. I
Pretty.
just tidied up the house again, and it's all set. Be careful.
Gay?
Are you a new lodger?
Did she just fall in love with us? Was that what? Hold on.
Just a penniless outsider looking for a place to stay. I was about to kick her out.
An outsider? But if you kick her out, won't she be homeless?
She has a massive head. Like her face is so far down on her head. Holy shit.
That's none of your concern.
But the house is still unsold anyway. Lending it to her for one night wouldn't hurt, right? She can pay you back when she can. That way we get a little extra cash for basically nothing. If you keep being so cold to everyone, you'll never find a buyer for that place.
You... Fine. Have it your way then. But just for one night. Come morning, you must go wherever you're supposed to.
Understood. The house is to the south. Follow me. The rain hurt Mum. Here we are. This room has just been cleaned up. You can stay here tonight. Cool! Don't be upset. Mr. Henrik isn't really that greedy. It's just we've been quite strapped for cash lately. Otherwise, he wouldn't consider selling his old house to make ends meet. It's been neglected for years. But after a good clean, it's not half bad, right? At least it keeps out the chill.
It's beautiful.
Oh, I haven't introduced myself. I'm Psyche, a lodger at the Hypnos house. And sometimes I help Mr. Henrik out. That's quite an uncommon name in this city. Mr. Henrik mentioned you're not a local. Where are you from? Your outfit is a new sight for me. A small island, far, far to the south. The south? I know it! It's a place with 4 seasons, including spring. And an island. You must have seen the ocean. I've heard it's even bigger than 100 lamenting lakes put together.
Damn, that was a deep growl. Snow, was that you? No.
Are you hungry? I'll get you something to eat. Be right back.
Who'd have thought such a rude and gloomy innkeeper would have such a nice and helpful kid working for him? Thanks to her, we finally found a place to stay. Let's rest a bit. I'm quite tired too.
Okay. Events is now unlocked. Okay. Mailbox. Okay. Woo! What? What's that? Headgear. Okay. I guess this is like to craft. Unlock characters and raise their intron level through reminiscence. Okay. Don't know who Rebecca is yet, though. Trial rank. Earn XP from character weapon Geniemon and Demon Wedge progression. Or by completing quests to raise your trial rank. Advancing to higher trial ranks grants valuable rewards and powerful buffs. Okay. This is just my player level. Armory.
Where are we
Oh,
heading
hi.
for today's haul?
Are you inviting me on a date?
She has a cute accent.
Let's go.
Hold on.
I'm back.
Cool.
Are you inviting me on a date?
She's so cute. I love her.
What a romantic encounter. Was this the god of love's work? I'm Rebecca, a perfumer. How about
I
indulging in a truly unique scent? The l'essence de l'amour. I made it myself.
She's so pretty. Cosmetics. What? Okay, well, obviously. Cute. You can give them cat ears, dog. Holy shit. Whoa. Beautiful. Lady Knifeful? Nifley? Lizbel? She's adorable. Dina. She's cute. Psyche. Truffle and Filbert. This is literally that one girl from Woowa, but a child. What the fuck? Lynn. Okay. Hello. Whoa. Whoa. Hello, Lynn. Sybil. Okay. Playable. Does everyone have horns? She has ears. She has no horns. Are those horns? Interesting. She has wings. She has horns. She definitely has, well, she has antlers. I love her design, but I just hate how weird people are gonna be about it. I love the little teefies. Thank you for the hydrate. Oh, I haven't been checking. Tabitha? Tabithy? Wait, she has boobs. Is she just like a small race? Okay. Attributes? Animo. Okay. We got, okay, that's Animo then.
Knew you'd bring me along. Are you taking me out to play?
Lumino.
Pinky promise, no backsies. Cyril, here we go.
I shall offer what humble aid I can.
Where are we heading for today's haul?
Pyro.
Are you inviting me on a date?
Hydro.
Let's go.
Umbro. We are Lumino. Okay.
Seeking aid from an enemy.
Electro.
Good.
Who's the target today?
Seeking aid from an enemy. Good. It seems hatred hasn't completely clouded your judgment.
Are we going on an adventure today?
Hydro.
You have set the stage anew for me.
Like his little pantaloon thingy.
Where are the sinners?
As Room would say, holy back pain, Batman.
Oliver would be much better at fighting than me.
Okay, we have a young boy.
Emergency supplies are packed, ready to deploy at any time.
This is quite a delicate mission. Shall we do it together?
Someone said, okay, I saw him in an advertisement and someone said he's like, I feel like in the ad he sounded Australian, so they said he's like Australian Ororon. Love his ear horn things. Outsider. What's his name? I haven't been checking the names. Shit. Tabitha, Fantasio, Hellfire, Yale and Oliver, Daphne,
This is quite a delicate
Outsider,
I really have
Randy.
to go there this time.
Randy.
Weapons, supplies,
Rhythm.
power levels, mission plans. Check completed for the 17th time. Standing by.
Pretty. Okay. So that's everyone that's available right now. Do they have different ranks, or are these all like 5 stars essentially? Are there 4 stars and 5 stars, or just 5 stars?
Are you inviting me on a date?
Yes. I don't give a shit. You're getting upgraded. Skills. Damage. Ah. Intron? Ah, that'll be Eidolons.
I've been waiting here ever since I woke up. My venom has almost run dry.
Venom?
So it's a good thing you came. I can feel it bubbling through my veins again. Can you come a little closer?
No idea what her accent is, but I like it. Republic of Luca. No allegiance.
Are you inviting me on a date? Is this a reward for my overwhelming love?
Your what?
My venom is surging like my passion for love. Hurry up. I don't want to ruin our date by being late. Come closer. No violent contact. That's brutal! You're cold-blooded. Sweet venom going down your throat. Rot in the sweet aroma. Fear not, for I'll send you to the land of love. God of love, please don't forsake me. Ciao, amore mio.
Italian.
I can feel it. The power of love. I will punish those who aren't faithful to love in the God of Love's name. Failure hurts. I could really use a bit of comfort from you.
Melee weapons. Okay, they're not limited by weapon types. Combat. Oop, commissions. How do I choose my team? T? Tactical back. No. L? No.
Are you inviting me
Ah.
on a date?
Deploy. Oh, there's more. Shop. Who's this? Vroom vroom. Oh, it's Psyche, but with a beautiful outfit. Oh. Okay. Is this only for Psyche? Those are really pretty other ones, though. Let's just spend what we got. I will hydrate and stretch. Thank you. Hold on. Oh my goodness. That was good. I did want one of those ones, so that's nice. Got hit by the EP. Take care, friend. Thank you. I appreciate it. I hope you have sweet dreams, Void. Thank you for being here. Mwah. Okay, all of these are cosmetics. It's just cosmetics. These aren't like primos, are they? I'm assuming these are the primos. Claim a character skin. Okay, there's like a month to get it, so we'll see. Free? I love free. Oh, the cat ears. Ooh. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, within 90. Wow, wow, wow. That's expensive. Do some single pulls. Okay. Events. Oh, hi. Hymn of Abundance? Okay, I don't know what that does. Oh, they're trial runs. Tummy full, hands full. Cute. So we're just getting all of them for free off the bat? Wow. I thought there would be grinding involved. Log in on both PC and mobile to receive rewards. Okay, so I don't have a phone that could run this game. Not a fucking shot.
Are you inviting me on a date?
Boobs. Wow. Holy shit. Cute, but not that cute. Bardic Inspiration! Let's go. Tutorials. Okay, we've seen these. Bing bong, bing bong, bing bong, bing. Bong, bing. Ding dong. Okay, sanity is like the battle energy. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Ding dong, ding. Glacium. What is this? Exchange for secret letters in the shop. Okay. Okay. Go back to the shop. What secret letters? That's really pretty. Cat in a box? No one's here, just a— it's okay, it's a emote, I guess? No one's here, just a cardboard box. That's silly. Oh, you can get a little charm for your sword? I can get the cat ears. I am absolutely getting the cat ears. Oh my god. These are so silly and fun. Love blindfolds too. How do the button eyes look? Eh. That could be cool. Toy hammer? No. Let's— track shift module? Don't know what that means. Die. Interesting. We got slightly gray and white cat ears. I'm buying these. I don't give a fuck. I do like a blindfold too, but we'll hold off. I got distracted. How do I spend the scroll letter thingies? Blueprint? No. Change avatar. Ding ding ding. Edit title. Equip a title first? Well, fuck. Okay. Okay. We could wish again. Events, armory, inventory, parts, tome.
Are you inviting me on a date?
Okay, that's the battle pass. This is the wish. Okay. Still don't know how to. For fox hunters, gathering whispers and weaving clues are a part of the craft. With persistent cultivation and accumulation, a steady stream of commissions will soon follow. You can use it to exchange for secret letters in the shop. I don't know what that means. Sandrealm meditation. Revisit battles and past enemies in a controlled environment. Okay. Within the gritty vortex in Sandrealm meditation, you'll find combat supplies such as ammo supply chests, sal volatile, and cognizing sal volatile to facilitate your combat. Access armory at the top right of the screen to swiftly switch characters. Okay. Oh wow. You can really go in it, like into it. Exit.
So much has happened. Weird dreams, that mysterious man in a white cloak, Sybil, and number 0. They all seem to be connected somehow, but I can't figure it out. The only thing I'm certain of is that I've lost Berry. If she's managed to escape, she'd surely try everything to find me. Of course, I can't rule out the worst-case scenario that Sybil has taken her to the Legion. The silver lining is, it seemed that Sybil people needed Berry for some reason, so she probably wouldn't harm her. Anyway, I need to scrape together some money in Ice Lake, get a travel permit, and then plan for my next move.
I'm back. You must be starving. Here's some freshly baked bread.
Huh?
Berry? Huh? Are you all right? I'm fine. Just so hungry that I accidentally bit my tongue. It hurts, so... Then you'd better eat some bread and wash it down with warm milk. That'll make you feel better. Thank you. Psyche, are you sad? Huh? Why? I can feel it. Even though you're trying to put on a smile, you're not happy.
Whoa, how did you know? It's like you're psychic.
I'm a bit curious about what you've been through, but Mr. Henrik told me not to pry into our guests' pasts. Anyway, you can take a good rest here and think about what to do next. Thank you. Psyche, I need to ask you something. I need some money. Is there any place in the city where an outsider might find work without too many questions asked about their past? Let me see. Most people here work in the factories. But they all ask to see a travel permit. Well, there's perhaps one place you could try. Miss Camilla Scarlet's Tavern. The Asphodel. You can take up commissions with handsome rewards there. But those commissions are often quite dangerous. You might have to go to places even the local escort would avoid, and you might encounter some wandering filthoids. Camilla Scarlet. I met her today, though I had no idea that her tavern also runs this sort of business. It's okay, I can handle it. Can you take me there?
Huh? After all this running around, you're going back to Camilla? Then count Snow in! Snow's more than familiar with that place.
Okay. Confirm. Encounter some special side quests. They are marked with a blue indicator on the quest list. Special side quests might also appear during exploration. Completing them may unlock new features or functions. Okay.
Hey! Hey, you!
Hey!
Yes, you! The kid over there!
Who is it?
What? Oh, the mustache.
A girl who looks just like Snow.
Who are you calling girl? The younger generation nowadays is so disrespectful.
You should watch what you say! Although all Lunarians look young, she's actually as old as your great-great-grandmother.
Why does she have a mustache? The young girl with a hammer had a similar voice and appearance as Snow, but their age and experiences were completely different. Lunos are peculiar indeed. Got it, little girl. I regret what I said and offer my sincere apologies.
Very well. I'll let it slide this time. Actually, I caught a whiff of something remarkable as you passed by just now.
Oh, sorry. I'm a little gassy.
Oh, that's right. It's the scent of a legendary weapon. Do you have any special weapons on you, kiddo?
Just IBS.
Weapon? This sword is all I have.
Thank you. Just a second. She carefully examined the sword, attempting to glean some information from its pattern.
Amazing! That's incredible! Look at the texture and the craftsmanship. This clearly wasn't made by those mediocre Hyperborean blacksmiths. Where did you get it?
Yeah, found it. The Luno blacksmith recognized that this sword was no ordinary weapon.
I'm not sure. This sword has been with me for as long as I can remember. Maybe it was passed down to me by my parents.
Intriguing. Very intriguing. I've been a blacksmith my whole life, yet I've never seen a weapon like this before. Kiddo, I'm Luno Smith, a wandering blacksmith. Would you mind if I accompanied you on your journey? I've traveled all over the land, from Hyperborea to Elysium, and I've forged countless weapons. If you require any weapons, I'm at your disposal. Wow! So you're an experienced master blacksmith? All I request is a basic salary and an opportunity to examine your sword.
Yeah, fuck it.
So, you'll have me? Excellent! Then take me to where you live.
Okay, that's a little... Take me to where you live is a little... sus. But okay. I guess. Hey! This is the forging bench. The materials...
My hammer is eager to unleash its might.
The materials we collect can be forged into various weapons and useful items here. Lame de Epuration.
Any treasures lately? Show me, and I might forge a truly extraordinary weapon out of it.
Listen up, kiddo.
Oh, that's what the toy hammers do.
Life partner. You gotta treat it well.
That's about it. Time to find Luno Smith, have her make us a supply chest, and admire her craftsmanship.
Phew! Here you go. The forging went smoothly this time. What do you think?
I don't know. Okay. Oh.
Awesome! You're truly amazing! I've seen many who resemble you and Snow. Are they also Lunos?
Did you come from a remote village or something, kiddo?
Yes. My hometown isn't a big city.
Ah, that explains it. In all my travels, wherever there are humans, Lunos can always be found. It's quite uncommon to come across someone like you who's never heard of us.
We share a similar appearance. Everyone is as attractive as me, and we live very long lives. Like the master blacksmith, every Luno has a particular forte. Wow. And do you have any unique talents, Snow?
Yeah, of course I do. As you can see, I have demonic appendages on my head.
No other Lunos have these.
Indeed. In all my years, I've never seen a Luno with horns like those. You look just like those human Charons.
So, I'm Luno the Demon King. Different and unique. Perhaps
Perhaps I was meant to lead the Lunos and dominate the world!
Oh, that's quite the ambition.
Unfortunately, most Lunos lack ambition. They'd rather follow the humans, and are content with just a few words of appreciation. But for me, I want so much more! My little minion, you must stick with me. After I conquer the world, you'll be the leader of my legion. Just you wait and see.
How much will the leader of your legion get paid?
How about 20 letters of praise written by this Demon King? Anyway, we can talk about the details when the time comes.
Do you have insurance?
That I'll never let you down.
Do you have dental benefits? Hi, Chichine! How are you doing?
Wow. So unique and different from other Lunos.
In a safe spot, you can load up your tactical backpack with all sorts of items to brace yourself for future battles.
Where are we heading for today's haul?
Okay. Combat partner sigils to summon allies into battle. To do so, first add them to your tactical backpack. First off, let's arm our combat partners. Loadout. Each combat partner can be equipped with only one weapon, either melee or ranged. Each weapon can be assigned to only one combat partner. You can quickly equip a weapon with demon wedges at this point. Drag a combat partner sigil equipped with the weapon into a tactical backpack, and you're all set. Try summoning a combat partner in battle. Okay. During a world exploration or solo commission, you can summon up to 2 combat partners at the same time. During 2-player commission, each player can only summon 1 combat partner. During commission with 3 or more players, no combat partners can be summoned. Okay. Dang tutorial overload? Yeah, I know, right? While exploring the world, you can use Sigil Void to dismiss your combat partners at any time. During commissions or when challenging nocturnal echoes, you cannot dismiss your combat partners. Okay. During world exploration, if a combat partner falls, they can be resummoned by the corresponding sigil. During commissions, if a combat partner falls, approach them and hold F to rescue them. Okay, that's fun. If Nocturnal Echoes stages... Oh, in Nocturnal Echoes stages, fallen combat partners cannot be resummoned or rescued. Combat partners consume both sanity and ammo in battle. Approaching ammunition dropped by enemies can replenish their ammo. You. Equip. And... I don't have any other weapons. Tactical backpack. What's this? Oh, it's a emote. Okay. Hold T to open tactical backpack. Okay, just fucking summon an entire bed. Yum. Okay. Armory. Hold on. Deploy.
My venom is surging like my passion for love.
What? Okay, new weapon and maximum shield boost. Achievements. Combat. Forge. Ooh, I can just access it anytime.
Got any foraging plans, kiddo? Hee hee! My hammer is eager to unleash its might.
Do that. Beep boop beep boop beep boop. Uh-oh. Did my stream have a little blip? It says welcome to the chat room. Okay. Myriad. Aw, cute little bird. Okay. Hold up. We got a new character, so how do I edit the backpack? Settle? Inventory? List items, readables, consumables. Shit. Tactical backpack. Add postures in the armory. Okay.
Let's go.
How do I bring up that menu again? Load out? There we go. So my character is default. You can have this. Equip. And you can have this. Equip. So... Oh. Barrel. What's her face? Margie. That's just me, so...
asphodel is just to the south.
Come on! Snow will be waiting for you in the square.
Is surging like my passion for love.
How do I unsummon her again? Oh well. They're coming with me, I guess.
The rain hurt Mum's flowers.
The rain hurt Mum's flowers.
Your travel permit. Are you deaf? Show me your travel permit.
Sorry, sir. I'm a bit slow at this age. Here.
Getting Fontaine flashbacks. It's kind of more giving Bellabog to me.
Huh? Oh, is
From
this you
Star
in the
Rail.
photo? You old codger.
Yes, sir.
How come it looks more like a mongrel to me?
Oi, why don't you give us a bark, huh?
Fuck, dude.
No! Don't.
What are you looking at, you little twerp?
Stay out of trouble for me. All right?
Father! You bastards!
What do you think you're doing?
Yeesh.
Let's leave.
Yeesh.
There's something important you should know. If you're from somewhere afar, remember, whatever you do, never anger the Solarians. The Solarians? You mean the ones without horns? What's so special about them? Or is it that we are the special ones? Yes. Here in Hyperborea, we, the Charons, with our unique appearance, are different from the Solars. They even call us demons' children.
Ugh. Speaking of which, Snow is super mad! Whenever those humans talk about stuff like demons, children, and magic, they always give such dirty looks. Just like when Camilla sees a drunken brawl in the asphodel. But it's actually the demons' children who are being bullied by them.
Thank you, Snow. But the fact remains, we are unwelcome here. So be extra careful when dealing with Solars. That soldier back there, even after committing such a brutal act, the only consequence he will face is merely a demotion labeled as an accidental mistake.
Wow, little on the nose, but okay.
We've seen stuff like this many, many times, until everyone gets so used to it.
It's so
Such
realistic.
things are commonplace in this place. They are just as ordinary as the fact that Charons aren't allowed to enter the inner city of Ice Lake or leave the Empire. As ordinary as flowers withering, lakes freezing over, and snow melting in the hearth. This makes returning to Purgatorio Island even more challenging. Why is it like this?
Want to plant a kiss on your nose? Mwah! Not if I do it first.
The Solars of Hyperborea believe the Charons who wield magic are evil sorcerers, the greatest threat to their peaceful lives.
But you can't always just suck it. Why not use your magic on them and boom! Make them cry like babies. Oh, seriously, it makes me so mad.
An eye for an eye. It's not really up to them, I suppose.
Around 18 or 19 years ago, Charons in the Empire once waged a war. I wasn't born then, and people rarely talk about it. All I know is that the war ended in a crushing defeat for Charons. There are people like you who are still struggling to fight back, such as the Forsakens, but those fully skilled in magic remain a minority. Most Charons are but tillers of soil, laborers with calloused hands, street vendors hawking their wares. The profoundly common, the unsung ordinary. For most, fighting back is too costly. Keeping themselves and those they love alive already demands every ounce of their strength. I apologize for stopping you just now.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
I just don't want a friend I just met to encounter any danger.
It's okay. I get it now. Just unclench your fist, Psyche. You'll break the skin if you grip any tighter.
It's really... Okay, I know I'm staring at her boobs, but it's really interesting shading here. It's like interestingly feathered out. Here too.
Don't worry. I'll act rationally. After all, Miss Camilla vouched for me so I could get into the city. I can't get her into trouble at least.
Right. The asphodel is just up ahead. Let's go.
Annie? Annie?
Search? Oh, for the garbage. Mom! Please calm down. Are you looking for someone who'll keep an eye out for you? Oriole berry salad and cream pudding. Come back home. Mom won't be hard on you anymore. No more forcing you into being a lady of high society. All I want is for my baby to be safe. The woman appears deeply distressed, having lost her daughter. Try gently calming her down. Oof, wisdom check. Okay. Please think carefully about your daughter's features and how she disappeared, so I can see what I can do. Not a good success rate, but... Woof. Reroll. Cool. You just said you're not Annie. It's all my fault. I pushed Annie away. She's all I have. It's just been us two all along. I'll do anything if you find my baby. Except the gone girl. Except
Annie? Annie?
I found the money in the trash. Is this where I... No. What? Why is this the area?
And then, out of nowhere, he ambushed me and pinched the cash I'd just gotten. Oh, that rotter doesn't even spare us scavengers. That money was for several families' upkeep in the slums. Without that bag of coins, all the young and old will have to tighten their belts even more next month.
I have no idea where the thief has run off to. I need someone to help me nab him.
Shouldn't this be something for the Security Bureau to handle?
Well, by the time the Security Bureau bothers with us Charons, the ice in Lamentin Lake would have melted away. Please, Miss Camilla, the kindest and most beautiful lady in Ice Lake, could you maybe ask some of the fox hunters here to lend a hand? Just one tiny favor. Pretty please.
Save it. You should know that nothing asked for here comes without a price.
It's her teeth, bro. It looks like she has one tooth.
Well then, can you maybe, give me a discount? Or I could offer you something else. How does it go again? Information is as good as gold, right? I deal with all the rubbish bins in Ice Lake, so how about this? If I stumble upon any useful info, you'll be the first to know.
It's you. And you're the little girl from the phrase. Psyche, isn't it?
Yes, Miss Camilla. I'm staying at the Hypnos house for now.
I see.
I'm here with a friend. She is looking for a job and wants to become a fox hunter. Then you came to the right place. There's a commission for fox hunters right now.
Not now, Margie.
Okay.
Already made friends. You're quite a charmer, aren't you? As for fox hunters, let's get one thing straight. This isn't child's play nor an easy gig. It's true that in this place no one would probe into your past or background, but the rewards always come with risks.
I'm strong. I have the protagonist buff. Between starvation and danger, I choose the latter.
You don't look tough, though your courage is admirable. You're indeed stronger than the average Charon. I've seen you in a fight, but brute strength isn't enough to qualify you to be a fox hunter. You need—
Hold on. Okay.
to prove that you're capable of dealing with all possible contingencies and a very mixed group of clients. It just so happens that a chance for that came in just now.
Oh, right. Snow heard that someone swiped this lady's money.
What's wrong with her eyes? Why is she so wall-eyed?
You'd really help me out? Oh, thank you. That scoundrel headed west. But you know, Ice Lake is a maze of streets, so I can't be sure where he might have gone. Let's look for some clues first.
Aye aye. Aha! Intricate gear mechanism that, despite its movements, leaves the asphodel unchanged. However, the subtle mechanical sounds from behind the bar hint at a purpose beyond mere decoration. Perhaps, just like Camilla once remarked, for a sliver of profit, merchants would go to the gallows. And the asphodel may well be more than just a hut selling fermented drinks. Perhaps, just like Camilla once remarked. Okay, it repeated.
Treasure the intel, never miss the
Let's
thrill.
start by searching to the west. The thief had dark hair and was wearing
Come
a
try
blue
this
top,
fine
I
fruity
think.
in our orchard.
Dark hair, blue top.
Oh, look! It's
It's Mr. Baddie from the slums. Maybe he saw something. Hello, Mr. Baddie. Out for a walk?
Oh, it's our little princess rubbish bin. How's today's haul? I see you've got 2 little psychics to help you.
Okay, now that's some Genshin lip syncing. Just.
I'm not a sidekick. I'm the Demon King.
Okay, her eyes are fucked up again. One eye is smaller than the other now.
Okay, so you are the Demon King of Rubbish Bin, then?
Nuh-uh. It's the Demon King of Light.
Let's not get hung up on titles for now. Mr. Baddie, did you happen to see a Charon man in a blue shirt with dark hair just now?
Okay, no voice line? I think so. A young man just came barreling down the street. Clumsy kid, wasn't even watching where he was going. Headed straight for the rubbish bin in the Mist Akin. Wait, was he trying to poach on your turf?
In a way, thanks. I'm going after him. He meant Big Bin number 3. Now,
It's quiet around here.
no worries. My detective instincts are telling me there's a clue nearby. What? Something in the bin?
Just making sure he wasn't hiding it.
Wow. Is that half a bottle of wine and an antique pin? Wow. Aren't you the chosen one, blessed by the gods of rubbish bins? But this really isn't the best time. Just a sec.
Margie fishes out 2 old newspapers from the rubbish, wraps her newly discovered treasure, carefully stashes them in a corner.
There. All set. I'll come back for these later. Finders keepers. Oh, I'll share this wine with you once we've caught the thief.
I think I'll pass. Thanks.
Oh, check this out. 2 layers of crates against the wall. The bottom one is skewed, and there are messy footprints all over it. It's busted. According to the statement of Margie the witness, she just straightened these crates when she did her shopping at Big Bin number 3 this morning. Thus, Margie, the reticent detective, deduces that desperate thief must have stacked these crates to climb the wall. He's likely hiding on the rooftop right now.
Smart thinking. Let's get up there and check it out. So, reticent detective, that's your title, Margie? Sounds cool. A bit short, though. Could use more punch.
Makes sense. Any suggestions, Demon King?
That old man back there called you Princess Rubbish Bin. That's a good one. Reticent detective, Princess Rubbish Bin. Has a nice ring to it, doesn't it?
Oh, no way. Can we please drop that nickname?
I like that she's actually frowning in the little portrait. Hi! Is Ice Lake having a parkour race or something? With prizes for the fastest runner? You know what? I heard that Luno Elder did once set up a race like that. Well then, you better hurry. The other contestant's been gone for a good while. I see you, motherfucker. Alright, I probably could have just used the grappling hook.
What? Did you really have to chase me all the way up here? You said you were going to share the money with the poor anyway. So why can't I get a piece of it?
If you're hard up, I can help you. But you can't just grab money off people. That'll earn you a whack on the head with my shovel.
The thief seems at a loss for words and jumps off the wall. Oh.
What is he? A ghost?
He must have jumped into the sewers.
Ah!
I'll go first.
Oh, it's surprisingly roomy down here. and much warmer than above ground. Oh, like a secret little kingdom. Chase away those critters and get rid of the smell. Then you could pitch a tent and practically live here.
Right!
Wait, how do I...
You
Oop.
should live here. It's rent-free. Let's turf these critters out. Seize their land, and I'll crown myself the Demon King. I'd appoint
Yoink.
you as the valiant Cyclopean warrior, the cold lord of Ice Lake, the inaugural Duke of the Sewers.
That title's a bit of a mouthful and could use a polish. Hold on. Why am I even considering this?
Is there anything up there? Nope. What? Okay. Get fucked.
The thief's up ahead. Oh no. He's in a fight with filthoids. Let's drive away the filthoids and get him.
New enemy. Whoa. Can I... Oh. Tactical backpack has been disabled. Kill him!
Not so fast now, are ya?
Come on, let's pin him down.
Okay. Oh, hi. Oh, there we go. Oh. Kablammy.
That's for underestimating Snow's minion. Now you know what we've got.
All right, here's your money back. I haven't had a decent meal in days, so I got desperate. I'm sorry.
You're starving. Guess what? So is everyone in the slums. And you didn't seem so sorry when you snatched the money bag from me. How about this? You threw a few punches at me, so now I'm gonna hit you with my shovel a few times. Then we can call it even, and you can leave.
Damn.
Okay.
You're gonna break something, girl.
Margie, he's got something in his hand. Something just knocked the dagger away.
Remember, sometimes a beast bearing its belly isn't showing weakness. It might be baiting a trap. Drop your guard and you'll get bitten.
Could have handled it, but thanks.
Like the wild, the city's teeming with beasts like that. Margie, be wary of undue mercy or trust. You too.
I'll remember that.
Miss Camilla, did you...
Since you've come all this way to Ice Lake, it'd be a shame to meet your maker in this sorry spot on your first day, wouldn't it?
I thought some big shot came. Turns out it's just a tavern-keeping old hen. What are you going to do about it? Call the guards? Do you really think those high-ups give a damn about Camerons?
We'll handle you our way. Teach you a few life lessons your presumably absent mother never did.
Don't bring my mum into this! Let go of me, you nasty hag!
Bring the shovel into this. Shovel!
Take him to the security bureau, straight to Chief Damien. This is out of our hands now.
Put the shovel in your hands.
What? No! No, please! I surrender! Please, don't take me there, I'll do anything!
Hold on. Security Bureau, Chief Damien. Okay.
I'll leave Ice Lake for good. Please let me go.
I see this game and I'm already distracted. Yeah. It took me a hot minute to actually notice her badongas, though.
Miss Camilla, what's wrong with him?
Stay back.
It's quite the frame
He's
right
much more
there.
dangerous than he looks. Anyway, Margie got our money back and you've proved yourself. If you're still set on becoming a fox hunter, meet me at the Asphodel.
Aye aye. Shh, the boobs are talking.
That was weird. Why did Miss Camilla suddenly freak out like that?
And that thief too?
He's usually cool-headed.
Shaking like a leaf all of a sudden? Is the security bureau really that scary?
Looks like he's in for a tough time. All I wanted was to get my money bag back and maybe teach him a lesson. I didn't expect all this. I almost forgot. Here's your reward. Thank you so much. You're a lifesaver. My sister from another mister. Well, I gotta go divvy up these coins. I usually do my shopping all over Ice Lake. If you need me, just drop my name in the slums and they'll help you find me.
Over here! All the commissions for fox hunters are listed on this board.
Hi, Snow. Lending a hand to fox hunters again. What is it this time? Nabbed a few hundred bandits? Thwarted a dozen dastardly schemes?
Today I'm keeping it low-key. Just nabbed a petty thief.
Just one? That sounds almost believable.
I've never fibbed before. Come here, my little minion. This is Mr. Wells, the most hard-working fox hunter around here.
Hello, Mr. Wells.
So it was you? Looking all neat and tidy. Who'd have thought you had it in you?
Thanks. It was just a small thing.
A small thing. Let me tell you, it's all these small things that have turned Ice Lake into what it is now. If it was something big, Ice Lake would be turned upside down.
Man, the lip syncing is
Then I should
something.
try harder. Learn from professionals like you.
Learn from me? Oh, give me a break. Take a good long think and figure out why you ended up on this path. This is what you should do.
I need money.
Who doesn't? I've got folks owing me a fortune. Being short's one thing. I've never stooped to thieving or robbing.
You're back. Everything okay? Did you catch that thief?
It was a piece of cake. My little minion and I gave that bad thief a good thrashing. He ended up praying and begging for mercy.
So you're the one who nabbed the thief. I thought Snow called you minion because you got caught by her. But then again, who in their right mind would get caught by Snow? What was I thinking?
She was the witness of my deeds.
Oh, he thought we were the thief.
You've made a fool of yourself this time, haven't you? Serves you right for being so preachy all the time.
Sorry for what I've just said. Care for a drink? Just let Camilla know. It's on me. Consider it an apology. I'll take a 20% cut. You keep 80%.
Your first gig was quite slick, and you got on with Wells. Your career as a fox hunter is off to a good start. Here, a hot drink to warm you up. I was going to treat you to one, but since Wells is offered, we'll put it on his tab.
Right. I did mistake this last for a thief. It's the least I can do. Oh, and I can also catch her up on our line of work. To be honest, it's been pretty tough lately. Any commission worth a jot has to be fought for. I just had a gander at today's jobs, and they're all thankless. Except for that hot potato.
Hot potato?
Right bother of a job. Finding some daft stone. It's no point in telling you. Even us old hands don't dare touch it. Let alone a newbie like you.
I have the protagonist buff.
It's looking for a rare mineral called Crystallo of Stella in the old Glevin pit. The client is Henrik Ethelred. Yes, the very same Henrik you know.
About that, I forgot. Henrik is the scientist-looking guy with Psyche? Was that him?
Glevin pit is now a den for filthoids. A few fox hunters tried their luck, hoping to find some foxine scraps there. So even with Henrik dangling 5,000 silver coins, no fox hunters taken a bite.
Fox hunters are born adventurers, but we're not reckless fools. The stone's very existence aside, who knows if Henrik can even cough up the cash? Everyone knows he's recently gone bankrupt, even looking to sell off the family
it is him.
house. Is he planning to gamble it all on trading Crystallo? Wait a minute. Crystallo trading's been banned for years.
Regardless, even if he doesn't have the money, he has a house. We need a house.
Miss Camilla, how much did you say it would cost to go to the south earlier?
2,000.
About the same price. Interested in taking on the commission?
Yar.
You serious? Kid, I'm not joking. This is no child's play.
I have protagonist buff.
Thank you, I get it. But, Miss Camilla, you once told me, if I can't even handle this, how will I ever find my lost treasure?
The asphodel doesn't interfere with the choices of clients or fox hunters. If you're set on it, I won't stand in your way. Crystallo of Stella is a blue-violet crystal that appears as if nebulae are swirling within it. In the dim mine pit, it is particularly eye-catching. You won't miss it. Here's your payment
How big is it?
for retrieving Margie's money bag. Take this with you as well. Make it back in one piece.
Hey. Demon wedges. Strategically equip various demon wedges to greatly empower your characters and weapons. Okay, I'm guessing those are artifacts. Combat! Complete more commissions to become an excellent fox hunter. Memo. Memo. Okay. I was just there, but alright. Okay. I don't want to start the challenge. But okay, I guess.
My venom is certain.
Hi, Prisma. Good morning. I'm okay. How are you? Activate the device to begin the commission. Locate the potion station and defeat nearby enemies to recover serum. Okay. Why is I don't think I deployed Margie. How do I unequip Margie? Fuck, I don't know. Ooh, what? Drag this to the endpoint?
Hurry! Let's find the potion station!
Ah.
Oh yeah! To make the station collect the serum, we've got...
Ooh! Soul Scorching Filthoid. Explodes upon defeat, dealing AoE. Got it.
Defeat enemies near it! Fill up the potion station to complete the commission! Go, go, go!
Holy fuck, there's so many.
Enemies are defeated too far from the potion station. Their serum won't be recovered.
Gotcha. Let's get a little closer then. What?
Whoa! A huge thing is charging over with.
Primander corrosion. Powerful entities among the hostile forces that wield unique Primander abilities. Primander corrosion periodically generates a pool of venom beneath its feet. Inflicts a defense reduction and deals periodic damage to targets within its area. Accelerates serum decay.
Toxic smog! It'll corrupt all the serum in the station! Take it down! Quick! Where you belong, brother. Sweet arrow. Quest accomplished! Let's get out of here! Belong.
How's Duet Night Abyss? I will hydrate, thank you. I actually need more water, hold on. Duet Night Abyss is pretty cool so far. It's a little, overwhelming with all the tutorials. One thing I don't love in games is when they're like, okay, let's take all these things that are normal and give them convoluted names. And now I have to just remember 5 bazillion names for things. Yes, if you take meds or vitamins, and this is around the right time for you to take those, this is your reminder to do so. I've already taken mine for the day. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's not too terribly bad, but it is one of those things where I'm like, I don't remember what anything is called. When you're in the dialogue, I'm like, I don't know half these words. But the story is neat so far. The characters are pretty. And I love the fact that the characters are basically free. Thank you for the hug. I send hugs back. Hold on. Demon wedges, crafted by Spathatoi of Hyperborea, are portable components that significantly enhance the power of daemons and weapons once equipped. Noted. Come in 2 types, character and weapon. Okay, they are not interchangeable. Okay. Character 1 can be used by multiple characters. Similarly, the same weapon, Demon Wedge, can be used by multiple weapons. Okay, that's cool. Demon Wedges contain massive powers, thus imposing a certain strain on the bearer. Okay. When tolerance hasn't reached the cap, you can drag a Demon Wedge into a slot and equip it. Enhancing the level of Demon Wedges can further empower daemons and weapons. Okay. The casket is unlocked. You can now view, collect, and configure your Demon Wedges here. Okay. Oh my god. Okay, okay. Alright, thank you, okay. Alright, okay, thank you. Alright, okay. I don't want to. I don't want to. Oh my god. Okay.
My venom is certain.
You're not even letting me take a second to upgrade my character.
This commission is about taking out the enemies in this area. Easy peasy, time to roll up our sleeves.
How many? 50. Primanders are powerful entities among hostile forces that wield unique thingies. Okay, Primander Revenge empowers nearby allies when defeated. Empowered increases attack, defense, movement speed, and attack speed for 20 seconds. The big ones look like Benoist. You look phenomenal.
Alright, that should be enough to teach him a lesson. Let's wrap this up and head back for our paycheck.
Cool. I will stretch. I will also actually do a little BRB so that I can get more water. I'm just gonna get out of here first. You would like to let me, please? Okay, there we go. I will do a little BRB. Prepare. Hi, I'm back with hot chocolate. And yes, it is that white flower. I personally use chamomile lavender because fucking love lavender in literally anything. Thank you. But the tea doesn't really have much of a lavender flavor to it. So I don't know if it makes any difference. But yeah, I've been enjoying it. Earl Grey is also really nice if you enjoy that. I just feel like the chamomile has a more gentle flavor. Yeah. That's what I like to do. Lavender is amazing. Ugh, I love it. My mom got me this one, like, chocolate bar of, like, lavender chocolate, and I was so excited, but then it had a shit ton of salt on the bottom. I hate when people put salt on sweets. Don't get me wrong, I love salt. I will eat salt on its own. Like, straight up. Just like a little pinch of salt. But can you not salt chocolate, please? My mom has planted a lot of them. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, love lavender. It just smells amazing. And I like it in sweets, too. Yeah. Salted chocolate. Have you never heard of, like, salted caramel? It was that kind of thing. Like sea salt. There wasn't any caramel in it, but I've seen salted sweets plenty of times. It pisses me off. There's, like, a chocolate bark you can get, which is basically just, like, little thin pieces of chocolate and little things mixed into it. And a lot of the time, there's, like, dark chocolate with sea salt. I hate it. It was, like, a lot of salt, too. Sounds not good. It's not in my opinion. Why salting sweets? I don't know. I don't like it. I also hate cheesecake. For the same reason. Keep the cheese out of the sweets. It tastes bad. It tastes like sugar and cheese. It tastes like... Cheesecake tastes like you're eating cream cheese mixed with sugar. Just like whipped with sugar. It never tastes good, and I don't give a fuck if it's like, oh, you just haven't tried the right cheesecake, you gotta try this cheesecake. No, I always taste the cheese. And it doesn't taste good as cake. It's like, I don't want a fucking, like, chicken cake. I don't want a cheesecake. Anyway. I will die on that hill. You don't like cheesecake? No, it's gross. And it's bad conceptually. Drifter. I like Drifter. Oh, right. Scroll. Messenger, blacksmith, drifter. Finally, someone who shares my favorite. Yeah! My mom said I need to try her cheesecake, and she made it. And I hated it. Yep. I love you too. Yeah, people are always like, oh, you just haven't tried this cheesecake. It's not like you don't even taste the cheese. You do taste the cheese. It tastes like sweet cheese. It's gross, dude. Like one time I got, there's this, this grocery store that's closest to me has a lot of like foreign imported foods. And there's like an Asian snack aisle, and every time they have like these little bags of chips. So I'm like, okay, whenever I go, I'll just try one new one. And there were these cheese puffs. Tell me why these cheese puffs had sugar in them. I mean, I'm sure regular cheese puffs have sugar in them, but these were like coated in sugar. It was so gross, I couldn't even eat it. I hated wasting it, but I just threw it out. It was disgusting. I'll eat it from time to time if it's there, but it's always icky. I keep hoping them adding a berry, a new berry will fix it. No. It's the cheese. Keep the cheese out.
This would surely draw heaven's own tears.
Okay, hold on. How do I open... There we go. I want the Gone Girl. Thank you for the head pat. I'm sorry, Prisma. Berries will never fix it because just on a conceptual level, it is bad. It's just a gross idea. It reminds me of that Friends episode where it's like, I wasn't supposed to put beef in the trifle. No! Why would you put ground beef in a parfait? Why would you put cheese in a cake? Oh, sorry. Your guys' names are both purple and roughly the same length, so... The purple has confused her. It really has. I need to pay more attention to the badges. Because Lord knows I'm never gonna learn to read. My bad. Okay, I should read that out loud. Excuse me, have you seen a- Oh, I saw the whole thing. She thought you were her daughter, didn't she? Listen, if I were you, I'd steer clear. She's, well, you know. She taps the side of her head, giving you a knowing look. Poor thing's not all there, if you get my drift. Been standing around this spot for over a year now. That's not fair. She's grieving. Losing a child would break anyone. I despise cheesecake, me too. Maybe so, but that girl's been gone for ages. If she were still around, someone would have found her by now. Thanks for the heads up, but I gave her my word. I'll look anyway, just in case. Who's a stupid hag? That blasted Camilla, stupid hag. She has no idea what good stuff tastes like. Throw her a compliment and she's walking all over me. Thinks she's too good for my booze? I'll make her regret it someday. Throw a punch in his face? You can't insult a respected lady like that. Pah! What's it to you? Jumping to her defense, are we? Ha, you must be one of those Camilla fan club idiots. Pathetic losers, all bamboozled by that two-faced witch. Ooh! Wisdom check, morality check, benefit check. I'd rather see Camilla as a reliable and strong ally. She's been our savior on numerous occasions, not just us, but at least half the city is in her debt. That doesn't give you the right to spout nonsense here. Camilla's integrity is not up for debate, and it's certainly not about to be smeared by your baseless accusations. I've seen Camilla's discernment in action. She has an eye for both people and liquor. It seems to me that you're the one who can't recognize good stuff. public benefit. It's the same with lasagna. I still taste the cheese. Okay, whoa, hold up. Lasagna? Yeah, you're supposed to taste the cheese. It's a savory dish. Do you like pizza? Because pizza is bread, tomato sauce, and cheese. Lasagna is pasta, tomato sauce, and cheese. I don't like cheese. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, then you wouldn't like lasagna. That's like a third of the ingredients. Is this a lot more like a traditional RPG? No, it's very similar to a regular gacha game, but they do have, it seems like they do have a little bit of your choices have some impact, which is really nice to see, and they do have checks like this. So that's really cool. That's something I haven't seen in other gacha games that I'm interested in. Nice! What are you talking about? You ain't from here, huh? Let me guess. You haven't been to any taverns other than Camilla's since hitting town, right? Yeah. If you shopped around, you'd see Camilla's Brew as an odd fit for Ice Lake. I mean, in Ice Lake, every tavern owner except her is my client. My stuff's good enough to knock people out, but she always turns me down. What a stubborn mule. Doesn't that seem fishy to you? Fact is, my booze is half the price of Camilla's and tastes just as good, I assure you. Try it and you'll understand what a real bargain means. Fine. Hold on a moment. Just a word of advice. Always take what you hear in Ice Lake with a grain of salt. What do you want? I didn't go to your place and meddle in your business. Don't get me wrong, I'm not interested in your business. I'm here to discuss something else with you. Recently, someone's been using my name to sell shoddy knockoffs, claiming they're the new special from Asphodel. Or that they'd be sold out at the bar in a minute, impossible to snag a sip. As you know, in business, brand image is everything. The quality of our drinks is the face of the Asphodel, and I can't just let someone drag our name through the mud. What's that got to do with me? I don't have time for your problems. Out of my way, I got business to run. Not so fast. When the Asphodel turned you down, I kept a sample of your booze. And guess what? Your booze exactly matches the knockoffs on the market. Seems more than coincidental, wouldn't you say? What are you implying? That's slander. I'm not selling fakes. You're just scared my booze will steal your regulars. That's why you're spouting nonsense here. Competing for business is one thing, but what if your fake booze causes actual harm to people? Yeah, don't let her words scare you, buddy. Why not chug a barrel to prove how good your stuff? No, we'll do the top one. I do like pizza, but I always put a lot of cheese on it. A lot less cheese on it. That's fair. I fuck with that. I love pizza. If it's bread and cheese, it's delicious. If it is bread and tomato sauce, it's still delicious. If it's all three, it's incredible. You know? Fake booze. You call my stuff fake? Now I see you two are in cahoots, twisting the truth. Fine, I'll show you this isn't fake. Dean grabs a barrel of liquor and starts guzzling it down. Buddy, that proves nothing. Before he can drain it, he staggers as if struck in the gut and then crashes heavily to the ground, his spilt drink reeking up the place. He's not wrong, this stuff knocks people out. As I've always said, Ice Lake isn't some idyllic haven. Keeping your wits about you is the only way to survive here. If we just leave him be, he might just kick it. I'll get him to a hospital and settle the score with him later. By the way, unlike Dean's bargains, if you're looking for quality that matches the price, the Asphodel welcomes you anytime. A missing girl, huh? Not too sure. But I did see a young lass near the city gates yesterday. She looked a bit off, to be honest. Might be the one you're looking for. Or not. Hard to say. Amnesiac girl! Well, isn't that convenient? Have you been wandering around here all this time? Is there anything I can help you with? I feel so foggy. Honestly, I don't even know who I am. Or where this place is. A kind-hearted doctor found me up in the northern mountains and brought me back. She said I had a terrible fever and that it probably damaged my memory. I understand losing a sense of belonging is awful. Staying out here isn't safe. It's best to figure out your identity as soon as possible. Seeing is not always believing. You've got to investigate everything thoroughly before jumping to conclusions. I understand. The only thing I could remember these past few days was the relentless blizzard as I struggled to make my way across the mountain. But right now, I'm in no condition to go anywhere. Could you help me with the investigation? Apart from the kind doctor who saved me, you're the only one willing to offer a helping hand to a penniless girl like me. I don't know what else to say, but thank you. She hands you a crumpled letter. Oh, this was in my coat pocket. I don't remember anything about it, but maybe it's important? The thread begins to connect the two individuals you've recently come across. Miss Elsa, who's been driven to near madness in search of her daughter, and this amnesiac girl. And then there's the letter, seemingly penned to a mother. The thought crosses your mind that the girl, bereft of memory, might very well be Elsa's missing daughter, Annie. Intuition suggests bringing her to Elsa for recognition, yet Elsa's delusion leads her to see Annie in every youthful face. Gathering more substantial evidence of the girl's identity seems the prudent course at the moment. If anyone holds the key to this girl's past, it's the doctor who saved her back then.
My name is Annie.
Okay, did we tell her that, or does she just remember? Foxcyker? Derivative of foxine. The girl across the street. Heard she was rescued by a doctor, right? The one who seems a bit out of it? Yeah, Dr. Eleanor brought her in a few days ago. Do you know where Dr. Eleanor is now? She's not from around here. A traveling doctor. Bad timing. You just missed her. I saw her leaving the city this morning. You might catch her if you head towards Lamenting Lake. Let me out. Do I take fall damage? Only one way to find out. No, I do not. Baller. I was kind of hoping there would be like a sliding mechanic here. I'm a fan of snowy areas. Where am I going next? Oh. Nice. Thank you, kind soul. You saved my life. I must be going. My patients in Vivar are waiting. Vivar? Vivar? You're a doctor? Would you happen to be Dr. Eleanor? That's me. Are you looking for me? I heard you rescued a girl in the northern mountains recently. Ah, yes. You've seen her in Ice Lake then? Is she doing all right? Physically, she seems fine, but she's lost her memory. I was wondering, did she have anything on her when you found her? Something that might help figure out who she is? She did, actually. I've been meaning to follow up after this house call. If you're willing to help, that would be wonderful. I need a doc too. Do you not have a family doctor? Here, this was with her. I need to get going. Thank you for saving my life. If the words in this diary are true, then the truth is clear at last. Not only has the lost girl's real identity come to light, she too has the fate of Elsa's daughter, Annie. Annie has tragically passed away, while the other girl, Alice, who ended up with Annie's clothes, has survived. Although Alice made it through the ordeal in the snowy mountains, severe fevers she suffered afterwards took away her memory. Oh, that's a shame. He doesn't get what I have saying everything is fine. Oh, we love doctors like that. Fucking love it. Wait.
My name is Annie.
You've returned safely. Did you find anything? The girl standing before you is all alone, and Miss Elsa has been driven to the brink of madness by her daughter's disappearance. You find yourself wishing she were Annie. Recalling Elsa's words about how she and her daughter were the only two in their family, a dreadful thought crosses your mind. If you had never seen Alice's diary, this girl would have a warm hearth to return to, and Elsa would have her daughter back. This seems like the perfect ending, except they both have the right to know the truth. The dilemma stands: to unveil the harsh truth, or perpetuate the comforting falsehood. I gotta show her, yeah. What's this? This is something I wrote? It's all coming back to me now. My name is Alice. I'm an archaeology student from hiitsyuri? I was conducting a survey in the Vidofnir Mountains when I got caught in a snowstorm that lasted for days, and soon lost my way. Later on, I met Annie, who was clinging to life by a mere thread. Together, we struggled to live on for several days. We encouraged each other to try to survive, and she invited me to visit her home in Ice Lake after the storm. But she was too badly hurt. She didn't make it. Before she passed, she gave me her coat, said it might keep me warm enough to get through. Annie. Thank you. I will always remember Annie. Alice gently strokes the clothing, which is a testament of one girl protecting the other. You bid farewell to Alice and get ready to tell Elsa the truth. Yeah, it's sad, but it would not have worked out well. Breathing hard. Oh. Do you have asthma?
Annie! Annie!
I have news about Annie. I'm so sorry, but Annie has passed away. My condolences. In her final moments, she helped another girl survive, and her kindness will always be remembered. Nonsense. That's utter nonsense. My Annie, my sweet Annie, she'd never leave her mother like this. You're lying, you dirty liar. I've been a terrible mother. How could I just wait here for others to help me? Annie must have waited for so long. It's okay. I'll set off to find her now. I'll find my baby on my own. How do you think a child can manage without her mother? She thrusts the coin pouch into your arms and walks away as if spellbound. Tears and a smile mingle on her weary face, flickering faintly before she disappears into the distance. A gentle lie might bring comfort for a time, but at the end the truth must be faced. Time will mend what it can, and perhaps someday she'll heal. Or die in the snow. That's sad. Since I had corona, I felt like something is pressing against my lungs, and it changed my sportiness from running high amount of meters in 10 minutes to not even finishing laps because of breathing issues. That is concerning. I do know that respiratory issues can be like a symptom, a lasting symptom. It's also why I stopped with the military. Jeez Louise. No, that's really concerning. Yeah, I know that like long-term respiratory issues can be a symptom. Ooh. I should really level up my characters. Okay, let's do that real quick. Armory. I'm also sad about that because I liked it there, but there was major BS there, but I still liked it. And I had a fixed space, but I couldn't keep up anymore. I am so sorry, Prisma. I really hope that you do find a doctor that is less shitty. Have you been getting x-rays or ultrasounds done? Or have you been referred to any specialists? Because if not, I would say tell your doctor, like, kind of demand to see like be referred to a specialist.
Let's go.
I did do x-rays and it looked fine. That's good at least. Why is this down? HP minus 30% is crazy. God damn. I don't smoke or anything. If I breathe deeply, I need to cough always. Do they not have, like, also breathing tests to see if the volume, it was a bit lower than average? Did they not have you, like, on any kind of inhaler? I do have an inhaler, but it doesn't make it better. I am really sorry to hear that. Hold on, I do have a video. It's kind of a little relevant here. Hi! How are you doing, guys? Wait a minute. Car Hub. I just saw your profile picture. Did you used to have a different name? Sorry. I have a shit memory. WTM? JDM! Yeah, I remember you. Hi, how are you? It has been a long time. I hope you're doing well. Just a moment. You're so good? Oh, I'm so glad to hear that. Hold on. Remember my friend Jackie that I would never stop talking about? I apologize. I do not remember. I'm sorry. I have terrible memory. But are they doing well? Is everything okay? And also, Prisma was sharing some stuff about health issues being poopy. And I have a relevant thingy. I saw this earlier today and I was like, it really do fucking be like that sometimes. Oh.
Of high heart rate upon standing.
Okay, hold on.
Patient complains of high heart rate upon standing. The doctor said, it appears as though you have a lot of anxiety around standing. Diagnosis: anxiety.
Well, hold on. I'm happy you don't, because I found out she was using me the entire 4 years we were friends and was being fake the entire time and talking shit about me behind my back. Oh, I hope she's not doing well. I hope she gets what's coming to her. I am so sorry to hear that. That is awful. Truly. But I'm glad you found out and cut her out.
Patient's mother presented video of patient having seizure. Prescribed Zoloft. Sadness-induced seizures. Patient complains of low weight. The provider said, "You're lucky to have a figure like that. You should model." I was 79 pounds at 5'10". Patient complains of difficulty urinating and urinary retention. Diagnosis: benign prostatic hyperplasia. I do not have a prostate. Patient complains she cannot burp. There's a note in here. It says, thinks she's special. Diagnosis: pick-me-girl. Patient complains that she has not been able to defecate in 3.5 weeks. No diagnosis mentioned, but the doctor said, yeah, that happens sometimes. Patient complains of fatigue, headaches, brain fog, and malaise. Patient has been instructed to remove the peacocks from her house. I did not then, nor have I ever owned peacocks.
What the fuck? Instructed to remove the peacocks from her house. I'm kidding. Doctors are crazy sometimes. You have an amazing girlfriend who I love more than anything in the world, including cars. Oh my goodness. Well, I am so happy for you. And this girlfriend beats Jackie's ass for hurting- wants to beat Jackie's ass for hurting me. Good. You've got a good girlfriend there. She's willing to defend you. That's excellent. I'm so happy to hear it. I'm really, really glad. I'm gonna assume you're doing pretty dang good then, which is always nice to hear. And I got my mechanic certification. Ooh, very fun. You can tinker with cars even more. Are you working as a mechanic now? Popcorn! Doing amazing. Got closer with God. Oh, that's lovely.
A little minion, big news! I mean, like, really, really big!
I'm guessing it's... I don't know specifically what your religion is, but if you're finding comfort and peace in spirituality, then I am happy for you. That is the best possible use of religion and spirituality. I'm happy for you. No, I wish right now I'm working at Advanced Auto. You're working at a place called Advanced Auto, but you're not a mechanic? What are you doing there?
I haven't seen it yet, but just thinking about it, I'm getting goosebumps already.
Calm down and take a breath. What's going on?
Boss is wanting to open up a bike shop. Bicycle or motorbike?
No time to breathe. Listen, someone spotted a gigantic pig outside Ice Lake. And it's taller than you with a head the size of a van. And if it stomps its hoof, bam! The city walls will come down.
Part store. Motorbike. Okay, gotcha. Oh. Are you interested in motorbikes at all? Oh wow, should we go with roast or braised? What's your pick? So the big news is that someone saw a really big pig.
Of course it's more than that. As the mighty demon king, I don't just freak out over a big pig. Anyway, I'm really curious. Come on, let's go check it out. You weren't doing anything important, right?
My hot jockey is finally the perfect temperature. No time to breathe, she says? What? Who? Oh, her. Is she mocking me? No. I want to get a Ninja Kawasaki H2R. It's a big number CC bike. 1000 CC bike. I don't know what that means, but cool! Maybe you can get an employee discount if he does open it. From time to time, dynamic quests will occur throughout the world. Your involvement may alter their outcomes. Some dynamic quests, your choices will affect your impression ratings across 5 different dimensions. Help the soldier. Ah. Hi! $60,000. Jesus. Hi, Wolf! Thank you for the beam. One of the fastest bikes in the world. Oh my goodness. Jesus H. Jiminy Christ. Can't seem to get this machine working properly. Why don't you give it a try? Let's see if it's the machine or just me. Alright. I'll give it a shot. I've been liking. I appreciate the lurk, Wolf. I hope you're doing well. Ooh. Oh. There we go. Yatta! Impressive. Looks like I'm the problem then. Yay! A fox hunter? Can't believe anyone would still make it here. You've got what it takes to be a hero like them, I guess. The elder watched a dark speck in the sky with a soft gaze. You looked out and saw a distant flock of birds. The conversation resumed only after the last one had vanished. Are they yours? Well, who else but this old geezer would bother keeping these birds nowadays? Miners today have grown so reliant on the high-tech gadgets from the Alchemy Academy that they've forgotten the old ways. I'm trying to get abducted by aliens on GTA 5? Didn't know that was possible. Wow. I won't lie, since last I was here, I picked up a felony charge for speeding. A felony charge? You know what? I don't want to know the details, and I'm being so honest. Please do not talk about the specifics of your charge or crime. Yeah, please do not say. Please do not say. Just I think that would be a bad idea. Recalling what you've read about the golden plume birds, their behaviors, and their utility. Okay. As direct detection tools. Is it like canary in the coal mine? Agree with him and lament the disregard for tradition. Comment on the okay. Yeet. Exactly. Their amazing sensitivity to harmful gases made them a must-have for us miners in the old days. We'd always have one by our side, underground, to help detect whether the tunnels were safe. Soulless tools may fool you, or even betray you. It's the companion you've always cherished that will stand by you through every trial. Should the day come when the Academy's fancy tools give out, it may well be these loyal friends that save miners' lives. The old miner's gaze settles on a nearby mound, his lips trembling with unvoiced thoughts, culminating in nothing but a weary sigh.
Tools without spirit simply won't cut it.
Hold on. Hot jockey. Delicious. Oh. Right, what's this then? Do I need to turn this? Ah. No. Is that not too far? Does it need to hit the back? Okay. Aha! It's a mirror. Got it. Yatta! Thank you for the hot jockey. Yes! You also get a chamomile hot jockey. It's delicious. Can we glide? I want to glide. Oh, wow. Not a single hit of damage. Thank you for the headbutt! No! How do I make it over there? Oh! It teleported me there.
lamenting lake by the big slope. This is where people said they saw the giant pig.
I don't see anything.
Well, it can't be here all the time, right? Maybe it just wandered off somewhere.
All right, I'm leaving.
Oh, wait! Look over there. See those two? They've been standing there. Maybe they're waiting for the giant pig, too. Let's go ask them.
Why are they in the water?
Come on. If they're not, we'll head back. Hello, may I ask?
Shh, keep it down. Can't you see we're expecting something?
Oh, my bad. So, you're...
Yep. What, you guys too? First come, first served. No cutting in line.
Dog loving.
Huh? There's even a queue for this? I mean, it's huge. There's enough for everyone. But fine, we'll just watch from the sidelines.
Why do I feel like you're not talking about the same thing?
What else would it be? Anyone who comes here is obviously here for... Now, pull the rope!
A few small creatures wobble into view, their tiny heads bobbing as they sniff around. Adorable!
Not bad this time. Got one we haven't seen before. Let's take them all back.
Huh? Wait, what are you doing?
Don't hurt the genie mons! Filbert, knock them off!
Oh, for crying out loud! How many more times do we have to run into her? Hurry up, grab all the genie mons and move.
Team Rocket, a little bit, yeah. They even have the hair colors.
They're getting away! Miss, and your little friend, could you give me a hand?
Whoa! The giant pig is real! And it talks! Okay, I say we do what it says. Those guys look super sketchy anyway.
Kill them! Kill them!
They ran so fast and disappeared.
Literally.
Should we chase them?
It's literally Team Rocket.
They bolted like they knew every shortcut.
Blasting off again.
There's no way we're catching up. Besides, let's not forget why we're here. So, this is the giant pig that's taller than me and has a head the size of a van? You were taken in by exaggerated words, Snow.
Well, okay. Maybe it's not exactly as big as I said, but it's still pretty big. And don't forget, it talks! That's gotta be worth looking into.
Baby.
Except it doesn't seem like it actually talks.
That was me. Hello, I'm Truffle. I came from really far away.
Truffle.
This big sweetheart here is Filbert, my best friend and most trusted partner. Thank you for helping us save the Genie-mons and drive away those Genie-mon hunters.
You know, out of the two of them, I would not have guessed that she's the one named Truffle.
Genie-mon hunters? Yep, those guys back there. They go by the name Genie-mon hunters, which sounds not cool at all, because they've been running around catching every Genie-mon they can find. Do you know about Genie-mons? They're the ones. Though coming in all sorts of different species, they're all actually Genie-mons.
Kind of like how Karen's, I don't know. And Sola's look different but are both human. Kind of like how guns and bows look different but are both ranged weapons. Kind of like how Snow and Mist look totally different but they're both mainly made of water. Okay, I'll go with the first one.
Exactly! You figured that out so fast! You must be really smart. Anyway, I read about it in a book, that Genie-mons tap into the power of Foxine and become various forms to adapt to different environments. Like, if they hang around fire too close,
they turn into toasty, fluffy Zepyro. Whereas staying in the dark long enough, they go all shadowy and become Equinix to blend in. Most people don't understand how it works, so they think it's evil magic and get scared of them. But because they can use the power of Foxine, they've attracted the attention of a group intent on capturing them. I don't know what they're up to, but I know it's nothing good. So, I've been hanging around for the past few days, waiting to make them regret their actions.
Oh, I get it! They hunt Genimons, and you hunt them! That makes you a Genimon hunter-hunter!
Genimon hunter-hunter? That's a bit of a mouthful. But I guess it fits. Those guys run off the second they see me. All right, let me know if you run into those bad guys again. And little ones, now go home and stay safe.
Yeah, she's
Don't
cute.
let those mean hunters catch you again. Why is this one still sitting here? Is it injured? Oh, I'm always out in the wild, and I'm afraid I won't be able to take good care of it. Miss, could you help me out?
The piggy on top of the head, yeah.
Here, take the yum treat. Genimons love it. If you're lucky, open one and they'll follow you right away. If not, just give them a few more.
Man, fuck out of here. Aww. Genimons is now unlocked. Embark on an adventure with these marvelous creatures. Da da.
Yes, that's how it works. You're amazing. Miss, look at that. The little guy perked right up. I think it really likes you.
What is it, Chirpy?
It's talking to her. This little one says you feel familiar, like someone it can trust, and it wants to go with you. You take care of it, and it could come through for you in a pinch.
You can understand it? Also, I can't see it.
Yeah. Actually, even though Filbert's way bigger, she's a Genimon
Everyone
too.
likes your shoes.
So, if you ever run into a lost Genimon, try treating it to a yum treat to get it to follow you. That way,
You know,
it won't end up in the hands of those bad Genimon hunters.
her design is a little bit similar to mine. She has floppy white ears, like droopy white ears, blonde hair, blue eyes, and also like she's got pigtails that are like puffed at the bottom, kind of like my braids.
All right. If the Genimon
And blue and white.
says so,
And
I'll
yellow.
make sure Little Minion collects tons of her own Little Minions.
She also really looks like the lady from Woowa, but like child version. Yay, Stella! But the height isn't the same. Yeah! She just looks like a child version. This isn't a commission any fox hunter would receive. Just any fox hunter would receive. Come and take a look. Okay. Okay.
My venom is certain.
She's missing the horns. Yuri's a mom? No. No.
make the station collect the serum, we've got to defeat enemies near it. Fill up the potion station to complete the commission. Go, go, go!
May you rest in peace.
Whoa! A huge thing is charging over with toxic smog. It'll corrupt all the serum in the station. Take it down, quick!
Where is the serum?
Those who harm me will be shown no quarter.
Man, this bad boy is huge.
No. If enemies are defeated too far from the potion station, their serum won't be recovered.
Where is the potion station?
May you rest in peace.
Let me go. Let me go.
Come closer.
Those who harm me will be shown no quarter.
Quest accomplished! Let's get out of here!
Let's. Wait. Is there a... Ah. Yetta! Kind of funny how they all just ragdoll. I have not been paying attention. There's just like 5 bazillion of them. A mission complete. Exit. Tomorrow big day? Oh yeah? How come? Wait a minute. Dada birthday. Oh, very nice. It's also Halloween tomorrow. Hold on. Oh, Prisma, your birthday is April. I was like, wait, is it your birthday? No. You can exchange secret letters in the shop for secret clues. Yes, please. I've been wondering what to do with those. Oh. Ooh. I don't know who I want, but that's awesome. My B-day gonna take a bit longer. Yeah, we have our birthdays are close to each other. Oh, the outfit works on anyone. Still. It's so niche.
Gilbert! Hello! It's me, the commissary, Truffle, with my faithful
She even has a
followers by
little
my
daisy
side.
in her hair.
Gilbert and her family. That's it
Got a
for
little
my
flower.
self-introduction. But I gotta say, your eyes look as big as saucers. You must be starving.
We got a lot in common. I love that the people I treasure a lot also have a birthday near mine. Aw, that's sweet. I feel like I have, like a lot of birthdays in spring, and then pretty evenly spread out in the latter half of the year, friends' birthdays. It's like pretty consistently one a month, except, I have two friends now that share the same birthday. Okay. Meld. Whip. No. That's refining. Yippee. What's this? Ooh, a posture. Why do I not have... This isn't Jellyfish Girl, is it? I guess it is. What? Ah. Genie-mon. No. Ooh, no. I also have that two people share one birthday, and one of them is you. Really? You and one of my brothers have the same? April 24th? Really? I've only ever known one other person who has my same birthday. And funny enough, it's my godmother. That's awesome! Hell yeah. Second youngest? How many siblings do you have? Ah. Okay. Armory. 3 brothers. Do you have any sisters? Okay. Remove. And load out. You can have this one. Equip. Cool.
I'll go first.
How do I deselect? I don't know how to, like, dismiss someone. Hmm.
My venom is surging like my passion for love.
Hold on, let me look this up. I had a sister until conversion. Oh! Right. Okay, I thought something terrible happened to one of your family members. Right. Transition. Transition. Whew. Very different words. Okay. Duet, night, abyss. It's okay. Dismiss. Escort. Dismiss. Just dismiss. Dismiss. How do I dismiss? Tutorials. Combat. I don't have this. While exploring the world, you can use Sigil Void to dismiss your combat partners at any time. But I don't have that. How do I make that? Forge? Sigil Void. It is in rewards for Voyage into the Long Night. Okay. How do I do that? Events. Continue main story to unlock. Okay, I just have to wait. Myriad. Oh, I thought I had more. Ah, it does have the countdown. That's nice. Fudge. Fudge. Oh, but at least it teleports me closer by. Right, what's all this then? Miraculous driplet. Ah! Okay. I can't climb that? Okay. Okay. Let me up! Let me up! Let me up! Oh. You have fuzzies? Gonna go make breakfast? Yes, enjoy breakfast. Thank you for the head pads. Okay. Are there any teleports nearby? Have I unlocked this? Okay. Over there? Okay, that's not... Did that... Oh, wow. Okay. You wanna have something to eat? Oh, what's on the menu? I'll have some toast if you have it. Can't go wrong with butter and bread. Woo! That's fun. Not what I need right now, but fun. Where was the teleporter? You? Yes. Excellent. Thank you. Let me up. Let me up. Girl. Give uppies. Oh, thank God. Whoa! No! That's so close. Wait, what? If it's gacha free, isn't it just a game? There's gacha for cosmetics. It was originally going to be a gacha game, but they got rid of it too. So now it's just for cosmetics. Or so it seems. Whee! Whee! Also, hi Zarek. How you doing? I think that might be an enemy over there, but it's a pony. I gotta look at it. Doing well, how are you? I'm also doing well, thank you. It is an enemy. Rip. Does elemental damage really matter here? Thank you for the beam. Whoa, 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 whoa. Chill. Okay, I'm missing one over here. Teleport. Oh, do I need to go in the building? Can I even do that? I don't think I can. Can I go through this tunnel? Invisible wall. Yes, I will also stretch. Thank you, actually. Let me also sit up straighter. Ooh, Jesus. I need to back a little too far. Danda meow. That's so cute. I love it. Aha! Right, we'll solve this then. Ooh, I can totally do that. No! What about from up here? I can't stand on it. Oh! You taking this flower with you? She'll be really happy. Because now she gets to go on a little trip. Go track down the Paimon. I know that's not what it says, but whatever. The traces can be found all over if you look closely. Follow them and you might stumble upon something delightful. Jeep? What traces? Is this a trace? No, that's ammo. Full side emergency wood? No! Honey too? No, thank you! Just toast. Butter and toast. Is this a thing? What is this delightful little creature? Adorable. That's how people react to. What is this delightful little creature? Well, I'm flattered. Aha! Whoa! Since when do I have a flamethrower? Flamethrower! Let's go! Yoink! Yay! Okay, this goes pew pew. Hold on. This goes pew pew. Nope. Feels kind of Pal Worldy. A little bit. I think it has a lot of everything. There's even like skill checks, dice rolling. No, this goes a little further. Wait. Which one is the first one? Yeah. Shit, dice rolling? Yeah, there's like a skill checks with difficulty classes and modifiers. Choo-choo. Yay. Plunging mechanism. How do I plunge? Make use of the plunging mechanism. Okay. Okay, okay, that's valid. Ugh. Hey. Okay, I'm getting distracted. I'm missing this thingy and that thingy. Locate. I will start from here. Whee! I will say the climbing mechanic. Oh, okay. The climbing mechanic is a little wonky. Ka-choo! Ka-choo! Feeding failed. I'm sorry. Boo boo. Oh, I already got the teleporter? Okay, cool. And then finally, teleport.
Hold on, please.
Hey.
Psyche, what are you doing here? I thought I'd help show you the way. I mean, to Glevum Pit.
Snow knows the way. But it's nice to have some company, especially when we're heading out of town.
Yeah, outsiders can easily lose their way out there. I saw
So many white-haired characters.
Our request, so I thought I should help out.
Thanks.
Actually, I was looking forward to a little walk myself, too. Shall we get going?
We shall get going later. I have a teleporter up to unlock. Oh. Oh? Oh. Okay, that was it. Here. Okay, we can resume. Back.
It will inevitably fall back.
Ooh. It's been a while since I've stepped out of the city. The snow-draped conifers, boundless lake, mountains with their peaks in the clouds. I love all this.
Snow's more of a city soul. If only the outskirts were free of those roaming filthoids.
It's safer inside, indeed. But there's something about the air out here.
Is there a difference? All smells the same to me.
The air in Ice Lake is always tinged with a scent of blood and echoes of weeping. Out here, it's the scent of the forest and drifting ice, and the distant sound of steam whistles. Occasionally, you might catch a glimpse of snow-white deer darting through the trees, while around Ice Lake's alleys, what darts out are thieves or bandits, or sometimes just whimpering beggars. What about your
Friggin'
hometown?
Yapathon.
Tell us about it. What's that island like? The air is golden gravel and beachside rosemary. It's misty sea fogs at midnight, and the massive heaven tree that my family and I used to gaze upon every day. If you ever make it back to your homeland, please Send them my regards.
You two are talking over my head.
You'll get it when you're older. But then again, Lunos never really grow older, do you?
Okay, the yapathon is over. Car's got a full canister of Fox Psyker jackpot. Walk away. Walk away, yay, yay. Hi. Thank you for bringing this to our attention. I'll send more patrols right away. Please accept this small gift as a gesture of gratitude. Yay!
The entrance to Glevum Pit is up ahead. Please be extra careful. Thank you. You've been a tremendous help. But you two should head back now. I can take it from here on my own.
No way! This Demon King can't just scarp her from the battle and let the little minion think less of her. Saki, you should also come with us.
Me?
Yep. Come with the Demon King to clear out this monster's den. I bet you've never been on such an adventure, right? What a pity. Your life is certainly incomplete.
All right. I'm in.
Let's go.
Let's go, let's go. It gets dark early in Ice Lake. We gotta hurry.
Right. All right then. Be careful, both of you.
It's locked. Watch me bash it open.
Jammed gate has severed access to the pit. A cold mechanical voice intermittently
A door this thick is probably impervious to brute force.
repeats the notice issue.
See if there's another way in. Snow, does your head hurt? Let me help you. There. A little puff to ease the pain.
Oh, you're so nice. When this Demon King conquers this place, I'll appoint you the gentle green-cloaked mage, the wise master of foxing, the inaugural Grand Duke of Glevum Pit.
I was the Duke of the Sewers. Is a Grand Duke.
Okay, I'm not waiting for the yapathon.
No, the Demon King, the little minion who just arrived in Ice Lake from afar, has become a brilliant fox hunter in a mere day. A new chapter in the legend of this Demon King.
Fox Hunter is a cool name. Do they all hunt something
Womp
called
womp.
fox?
Nah, fox hunters nowadays are actually bounty hunters. It has something to do with foxing a long time ago.
Right. I heard it used to refer to a profession that originated right here in Ice Lake. It seemed to all start with the rich Heaventree veins in the Vidofnir Mountains, and the foxine on them could be sold for a good price.
Okay, we're looking for a purple blue stone. I'm not reading.
Look over there, little minion. There are several powder kegs.
I see. The journal also mentioned gunpowder.
Let's take them with us then. You can never be too prepared when you're adventuring.
Take the barrels with us, okay. A crystal that resembles foxine at a glance, but upon closer inspection reveals that its texture and pattern are entirely different. Just an ordinary glowing rock. Yeah, ordinary. Totally ordinary. Humans rank minerals by their usefulness, and while foxine is a highly coveted resource, these stones are deemed worthless. As a result, while foxine ore was mined to exhaustion, shattered, and refined into cold foxicre, in roaring factories, these unassuming rocks remained untouched, preserved in their natural state. Yeah!
Aw, those nasty yellow crystal spikes block our way.
The powder kegs we...
Place the powder keg.
I'll stay away and shoot to detonate them. It works! Oh, are you okay? Why are you squatting on the ground, Demon King? Are you hurt?
Huh? I'm fine. It was just a small... Look! A giant crystal in the middle is glowing. Could it be that the crystallo of Stellar we're looking for is inside?
Fuck it. Yeah! Whoa! Whoa. Let me up! No! I'll never make it in time now. Let's try it again. No! Oh, for fuck's sake. What? Okay, I guess I'm not supposed to go on that pipe? Ugh. How am I supposed to get up there? You know what? It's a problem for another time.
Voice again!
Flamethrower, bitches.
Filthoids coming at us out of nowhere.
Perhaps they were attracted by the explosion. Get off my legs, Snow! I can't walk like this. You can head back to Ice Lake if you're scared. I won't make fun of you.
No way. Take my shiny bomb! Let the pure white redeemer save the world! Boom!
It's okay. The Filthoids have been taken care of.
Oh, really? Show this demon king the loot then,
Camilla once mentioned that Crystallo of Stella is a blue-violet crystal with nebulae swirling in it. This one is more like a chunk of silverite.
That's lame. Then bring it back to Lunosmith, little minion. As for now, let this Demon King continue to lead you deeper into the pit.
Yes, you're
These yellow crystal spikes actually have so many glittering stones inside.
They seem to have been carefully hidden away, like cherished treasures.
Could you be hiding some treasures too, Psyche?
That's a secret.
Okay, let's try it again. No! Oh, no. Brother, how do I even get up there? No, I hate it here. Oh! Oh my god. Finally. Oh, hello. A car. Nope. Oh, hi. I'm sorry. They say sleeping on a super hard bed can help retrain your willpower. Oh, I'm sorry, buddy. Oh yeah, can I?
My venom is certain like my passion for love. Come on, may you rest in peace.
Yoink. I love this thing. Yup, 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 yup. Ooh. Why are her eyes gray? Boss fight! Press E for Psyche to create one phantasm, and then flashes forward. This skill can be used at any time without interrupting Psyche's current action. Press Q for Psyche to enter Flamboyance state and gain the ability to fly. When in Flamboyance state, Psyche can only use skills and shoot. In Flamboyance state, Chrysalis Dreamweave is replaced with Phototaxis. Dashes forward and fires ethereal power that auto-locks onto a random enemy, dealing animo damage on hit. Okay. I'm not going to remember any of that. Armor is destructible. Each destructible part has its own HP. In the presence of any armor, it remains invincible. When the HP of a destructible part is reduced to 0, it enters broken state and loses balance. When it loses balance, it will be stunned for a short while and lose its invincibility. When all the armor is destroyed, it'll be completely stunned, and its weakness will be exposed. Using Ask's Retribution on its head at this moment will immediately defeat it. Ah, F. Oh, that was easy. Hello?
Cristallo of Stella. Look at its beauty. No wonder everyone wants a piece of it. What a commotion I just heard.
It's Red
So it was you
Auroron.
guys that took out that giant thing? Impressive.
Outsider! How come the Cristallo is in your hands? It was my little minion who first...
It was just lying there with no one's name tag on it, wasn't it? Come on. In our line of work, there's no such thing as dibs. And you're new here, right? Someone has to teach you this lesson, and that someone just happened to be me today. Consider this Cristallo as tuition, shall we?
No, let's kill him.
Please give it back. That Cristallo is important to her, and to all of us.
That means we can just beat you up and take it back.
Since you refuse to be a reasonable person, this conversation is over.
Easy, kiddo. Don't get mad.
Give me the thing, or I'll kill you.
That's the spirit! Come on, get him!
Whoa! Calm down. There's no need to resort to violence. What do you say we split it 50-50?
No.
Got a bit of a temper, have we? Perhaps you could talk some sense into your friend, young lady.
No, let's kill him.
Sure, but I'm not really familiar with the way you fox hunters handle things.
You didn't do shit, bro.
Doris, you're a polite girl. I forgive you.
We're sorry for not knowing the rules. So, as an apology, Mr. Outsider, we'll let you make the first strike.
Atta girl.
Hold on. Even if it's 2-on-1, there's no guarantee you can beat me. Am I right?
I can. I'm the protagonist.
Wait a sec. I'm telling you, I'm really strong. No fox hunter around Ice Lake can best me. Ever heard of Chief Sybil? I'm a match for her.
Okay, so am I. Fuck you.
You certainly match me in big talk, that's for sure. Alright. I was joking around, trying to lighten the mood, you know.
This crafty mutt ears is trying to pull more tricks.
You call the shots in your little crew, right? Tell me, why did you guys go to all this trouble for this Cristallo?
Fine. I don't want to tell him that. Okay, I guess I don't have a choice.
Well, that makes things easier. I need this Cristallo for my own reasons, but if it's silver coins you're after, I can match that amount. I've got a moment I'd like to explain. Are you free tonight?
Oh, that's easy. With Snow as a witness, he won't be able to weasel out. Besides, Camilla mentioned he's got a terrifying relative at home he's really scared of. Just threaten to air his dirty laundry right on his doorstep, and he'll be begging for mercy in no time.
Mercy, please, your Demon King. You can rest assured. Everyone at the Asphodel knows me. Well, I've still got things to take care of here.
Okay, give me the gem.
What are you up to?
See these packs? If it hadn't been for this monster, their owners might be chilling at the Asphodel, sipping drinks and swapping stories. I want to see if I can identify them and return their belongings to their families. Now that I'm here, I can't just leave it be.
You don't need the
Thank
gem.
goodness it was you Daemons that broke in today. If it had been ordinary folks, they might have ended up just like them.
Give me the gem.
Demons.
Those Charons who've undergone an awakening and gained special powers like us. How come you're as clueless as a newly hatched quail? I bet even that little white button mushroom beside you is more informed.
Of course, Snow's really smart. Wait, what did you just call me? How rude!
That's not rude, I'm just being honest. My heart is as genuine as this crystallo.
Which you should give me, by the way, or I'll kill you.
I won't descend to arguing with small potatoes like you. Come here, my little minion. Let this Demon King enlighten you. Simply put, awakening is a stage of growth every Charon goes through, usually around adulthood. During awakening, their body emits a very bright light. After awakening, some Charons become much stronger, like you, and gain the ability to use special magic. They are called daemons.
It was that moment. No wonder I felt lighter than before, and my wounds must have healed around that time too. As for my magic ability, could it be resonance?
Daemons are rare, so you guys are lucky ducks. Most Charons aren't so lucky. At best, they only get a bit sturdier. It's said that some may even turn into scary monsters, though I've never seen it myself.
The button mushroom covers about most of it. Ordinary Charons might be able to handle small Filthoids if they give it their best shot. But huge ones, like the one we just fought, are deadly for them.
They were just trying to complete a commission.
No. They were just trying to survive.
Hey, hey!
Well, off you go. I'll handle the rest here.
Give me the fucking gem.
I'll be back a bit late. Might miss the Asphodel's closing time. Come and find me at my place. It's among those shabby houses south of the city. The one with a little bird drawn on the door. And come alone. Don't bring anyone unrelated.
I do love that he has eye bags, though.
I'll go first.
Whoa, whoa. Woo! Okay. Okay. I got a little lag, that's alright. CPU is only at fucking 86 degrees.
Henrik over there? What's he doing?
Hey, broski.
Psyche, come here.
A dog boy took your, gem.
Mr. Henrik!
You should have stayed at the Hypno's house instead of fooling around with this sketchy brat.
Rude.
You don't know
Fuck.
her backstory, and she really doesn't know you that well. Now, where have you been?
Glevum Pit. I wanted to help find the Crystallo of Stella.
Forget the Crystallo. Remember what I said on your first day at the Hypnos house?
Don't wander off, and inform me first if you need to go somewhere.
So you do remember. Before making any decisions, think about what I've told you, and why your parents left you in my care. If anything happens that messes things up, or if people start asking questions, you know what's at stake.
Oh, interesting. I will hydrate. Thank you, boss.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Henrik.
You're a good kid. Just don't let this ever happen again. As for you...
Hi.
Tend your own garden. And don't drag irrelevant people into your business. It's better for everyone.
A little presumptuous, aren't we? You're such a polite, friendly person.
Let's talk about something else then. For example, are you this polite and friendly to everyone? No wonder that house of yours never sells.
That's my problem. For you, the thing to worry about should be where to crash after tonight. By morning, I expect you to move out. Let's go home, Psyche.
Okay. Maybe I will let Dog Boy have the crystal, if he's gonna be such a little shit about it. And I still get paid.
Always knows how to rile people up.
I just hope he won't be too harsh on Psyche. As for whether this is my last night in that house, I need to talk to Outsider.
You two are gonna have that secret little talk without me, huh? That Outsider is such a pest. Like I care. Off you go. I'm gonna go chill out at the Asphodel.
Oh. Wait, I saw something up there. Okay, okay, I see, I'm sorry. Hold on. He knows the bard.
Little Nightingale, look! Your magician has returned. Outsider! You're home so late today. Where have you been adventuring?
Different girl.
Belly full? Good. I'm glad to hear it.
Was it in the dense woods where snow wolves prowl? Or the swamp witch's tower?
I didn't go anywhere. Today is Miss Fina's birthday, so I stayed in Iceleg.
You always say so. Yet new scars keep appearing on your arms.
But this time it's true.
That's a realistic cough.
Look, I went out today to get this for you.
Is this a cake? But there aren't any cake shops in the neighborhood.
I have my ways. You know, I am a magician of extraordinary wisdom. Moreover, I have something else to show you.
Oh.
Close your eyes and count down from 5 to 1.
Stars. Twinkling, shining stars. You read the story I wrote, didn't you? The nightingale yearned for the sky, but it was ever so dark. If only I could see the stars once, she wished silently. Even but for a fleeting moment. Nights in Iceleg are always so misty. So you conjured up a starry sky. Thank you, Outsider. You are the greatest magician.
Seems your castle has a visitor. I'll go have a look. Hey, you're here. Come on in.
Who is this lady?
I guess it's not really Ibex, it's more like eyeshadow.
A new friend of mine. Sort of.
Hi, I'm Yuri.
Nice to meet you. I'm Fina, Outsider's sister.
Are you all right? I'll get you some warm water.
I don't know, they kind of do look like Ibex. I don't know. Whatever they are, they look cool.
It's okay, I'm fine. Just happy to have a friend of Outsider's over. Would you like to join our tea party? We'll have sweet cake.
A tea party?
It's just water. Don't get hung up on the details. Just play along.
What's wrong, miss?
Nothing. It's just that the cake is quite sweet, which reminds me of my family. She used to season food with lots of sugar. The island we grew up on had plenty of fish and salt, but sugar was a rarity. So when we were little, we never really got to have any. She's only a few years older than me, but from a young age, she began working as a helper for the neighboring fishermen. One time, that fisherman somehow got his hands on some imperial supplies, including 2 jars of sugar, and she traded half a month's wages for 1 small jar. It was the first time she got hold of any sugar, and she didn't know how to use it. Simply knowing that it was something valuable and delicious, she poured it all into the fish stew.
Whoa.
By the time we grew up and started earning more, sugar wasn't such a luxury anymore. But whenever she cooked, she'd still add a lot of sugar out of habit.
Goodness, that sounds horrible.
Yeah.
I can almost smell that fishy, sickly, sweet odor. She owes you an apology. Or at the very least, she owes the sugar and the fish an apology.
No, Outsider. You're missing the point of the story. I believe that lady who always used a lot of sugar was also a great magician. So, in our guests' eyes, everything related to her was wonderful, even the unbearably sweet meals.
Okay, whatever Fina says. So where is that girl now? Perhaps you can bring her some cake. Let her know what normal sweets taste like.
We got separated and lost each other yesterday. Or maybe longer ago. I'm not sure.
Then you must find her. Because families like flowers and trees, snow and wind, they should be together no matter what. You have to find her.
Yes, I will. I will find her. So, Outsider, I need money for accommodation, information gathering, and some extra set aside in case I need to set off right away to find my family.
Time for bed, Fina. I have other matters to discuss with our guest. Fox Hunter stuff.
Okay, good night then. Good night to you both.
I like her. Hi.
Time to get down to business. I mean, about what happened at the pit today. Sorry that I took your Crystallo. I had to do that so we could talk in private here.
Didn't want Psyche to hear?
If you're talking about the girl in green, yes. I've seen her going in and out of Hypnos' house. I don't know if she's just a regular lodger or some kind of assistant to Henrik Ethelred. I'll cut to the chase. I don't trust Henrik Ethelred. I suspect he's up to something shady.
Something shady? Like what?
Do you know anything about the Crystallo of Stella? The stuff he's after? They're beautiful rocks that were popular for their looks, but that's not the whole story. In some countries, they're used for There was once a serious
Medicinal
case of
purposes. Sorry,
medical
I didn't mean to click.
negligence involving Cristallo of Stella in Flagson province, throwing half the city into chaos. That's when they slapped a ban on Cristallo trading.
He's violating the ban. I've heard of it.
That's not half of it. How many folks on the streets of Islake can truly claim clean hands? What really gets me are the rumors about Hypnos House. People in the neighborhood say that Henrik and his lodgers are a weird bunch. They keep to themselves, and though they call it an inn, Henrik's the one picking who stays. Some have peeked inside. The lodgers there are all young people under 20. Stranger still, you see them go in but never out. No one knows where those young lodgers end up.
Yes, I've heard some haunted house rumors as well. Makes you wonder. But speaking of which, how did you get onto this?
There's this fox hunter boy I used to work with named Hunt. He went missing a month ago, last seen by the scrap picker girl, right outside the Hypnos house. A couple of days ago, I went over there and ended up in a blazing row with Henrik. Even with a dagger to his throat, he kept quiet about Hunt.
The boy was named Hunt? Okay.
He just stood there, sneering. You know quite well what would happen to a Charon harming a Solar. I know you have a sister. Better stay out of it for her sake.
I like that his, like the scar on his abdomen matches up with the slash in his shirt. It's really cool.
Damn it, I really want to throw him into the Lamenting Lake. Anyway, I must find out what happened to Hunt and what Henrik is really up to. It's not just for Hunt. I do this mostly for Fina. I don't want to see anyone I care about living in fear anymore.
In that case, I'm worried about someone too. I mean Psyche, the girl in green you mentioned.
If anything happens that messes things up, or if people start asking questions, you know what's at stake.
Whatever's going on with Henrik, that's not my business. But if he's really up to something, I'm worried Psyche might get hurt.
Good. We have a common cause then. I was going to get the Cristallo from the pit, then use it as an excuse to apologize to Henrik and take a look inside the inn. I thought no one would take the job, so I went off to sort out a cake first. Didn't expect you newbies to throw a curveball. How about we strike a deal? I can get you something that you really need. An identity. A pass that allows you to move freely in Hyperborea, except for the inner city behind the watchtowers, which is reserved for the high and mighty. Many are willing to offer you money, but few would risk their lives to get you this.
That's a good deal.
How can you get one? Are you buddies with the guards in Icelake?
Can't say I am, but we fox hunters have our ways.
A fake one. Okay.
There are things in this city that money can't buy, especially those that could land you in hot water. What you need is the invisible thread of connections between.
Oh, there's a chest up there. Where are we? Okay, it's somewhere between the four houses.
Travel permit. It's indeed difficult to get around in Hyperborea. So, what's the catch? Give you the Cristallo?
No, you can have it. And you can trade it with Henrik for silver coins if you want.
Okay.
All I need from you is find a way to get in there and investigate the Hypnos house. You're not one of the locals, so he might not be on his guard as much. You have a bigger chance to actually find something.
Trade a little snooping for a travel permit? I think I can handle that.
It sounds easy, but you should be careful. Meet me here at 12 tomorrow with anything you found.
Uh-oh. Okay. Ah. Whoa, 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 whoa. There it is. Hmm. What's this? Hi. Nope.
I hope it will bring some comfort to her ladyship.
I think I'll make cream of mushroom soup tonight. Oh, what a lovely child you are. The elderly woman gives your head a hearty pat with her large hand and then pinches your cheek. Her overwhelming enthusiasm leaves you a bit flustered. Here, have some of this cream of mushroom soup. It's a special recipe from the Scarlet River, or from Scarlet River. I bet you haven't had anything quite like it. Without waiting for your response, she sets a steaming bowl of soup in front of you. Sets? On what? And you half expect her to spoon feed you right there. Skillfully sidestep, you're wary of the over-the-top kindness from strangers. Fuck it. The rich, creamy broth soothes your throat, bringing a comforting warmth. It's good, isn't it? Aunt Sally never disappoints. Ever since her ladyship was a little girl, she's loved my soups. It's been almost 40 years. Ah, her ladyship. I wonder if she'll ever get better. The smile slowly fades from the old woman's eyes, replaced by glistening tears. The lady you mentioned, is she sick? Yeah, she's getting worse day by day. She left the comforts of Scarlet River for this frozen wasteland, and I couldn't persuade her to go home no matter what. She's still obsessed with something that happened 40 years ago, asking around town every day, and she won't let me help her. I can't cure her heartache, so I make different soups every day, hoping to at least make her feel better with tasty food. Well, I must get back to my chores now. You mentioned a lady in search of something. If you come across her, it might be worth your attention.
I hope it will bring some comfort to her ladyship. I hope it will bring some comfort to her ladyship.
It's very strange delivery. I hope it'll bring some comfort to her ladyship.
Perry, so much has happened today. Can you see the moon from where you are? The very same moon that I'm looking at? Tomorrow, we shall still be brave and live on. It's dawn. Time to head to the Hypnos house. It's me.
What are you doing here? Didn't I ask you to leave in the morning?
Have your crystal, you little shit!
I've got what you were looking for. The Crystallo of Stella.
No one asked for you to come here. Go to the Asphodel and give it to Camilla Scarlet.
That's sketchy.
I'm not from here. I'm not familiar with Ice Lake's ways. Where I come from, a deal means cash in one hand, goods in the other. If you're not interested, Mr. Henrik, I might just go looking for another buyer.
Come on in.
Hi, cat. Cutie patootie.
Got the Crystallo with you?
Here you are.
I'll need to check it in my office. You stay here. snooping around. Understood?
Not understood.
See? A little flower pinned to your hair would really make you look good. Psyche!
Is she catatonic?
What are you doing here?
Oh, no.
Does Mr. Henrik know about this?
Hi, Fawn!
Please come with me.
I am. How are you doing?
Could you wait here for a moment, Elisa?
Forgot to turn the volume up and didn't. I was just saying hi, cutie. Tired? Yeah, it do be like that. Existentially or physically. Or both.
Mr. Henrik doesn't allow outsiders to come in, and you two got off on the wrong foot back then. If he sees you, you're here for the lodging stuff, aren't you? Don't worry. Just hide here for a bit. I'll talk to Mr. Henrik
Both.
again.
Nothing I'm not used to. I'm sorry to hear that.
Stay for a few more days.
The witch hats? Oh my god, I didn't even notice. But, I hope whatever is going on, you catch a break soon, Pun.
Ah, really? That's great. But that man is so domineering. How did you make that happen?
I threatened to kill him. I broke his leg on the way back, and he's now howling in pain at home. I told him a story that brought him to tears.
Really? I wouldn't have pegged Mr. Outsider as someone so sensitive. He's a bit different than his brash exterior suggests. Anyway.
The lodgers here all seem a bit listless. When is Mr. Henrik usually home? Are you alright?
Yes. Everyone's recovering from some conditions here. Me included. Are you doing okay? You didn't tell me you were sick. It's just a minor ailment. I was even strong enough to explore the pit with you, remember? Don't worry about me. I'm glad you're okay. So, all the lodgers at the Hypno's house suffer from some kind of illness.
When is he usually home?
I've got off on the wrong foot with Mr. Henrik, so I'm looking to make amends with him. If there's a chance, I'd like to visit him in the future. Really? Mr. Henrik is almost always at home. You're welcome to visit any time, if he says it's okay. If you'd be willing to come here and share stories about your hometown, the South, the ocean, all those places we've never been, everyone here would be thrilled. Henrik is almost always here, which means this place is under his watch most of the time.
You alright?
Mr. Henrik seemed quite upset last night. He didn't give you a hard time, did he? No, I'm fine. Mr. Henrik is just a bit inarticulate. After all, he spends most of his time alone in his office doing research. Good to hear that. Speaking of which, do you know what kind of research he's doing in there? I don't know. Sorry. That's all right. I was just curious. Psyche is withholding something. Must be on Henrik's demand. Better not push her. Mr. Henrik should be out any minute now. You're leaving already. Here, take these cakes with you. They'll keep you going when you're hungry. Oh, just a moment. And take this too. Mum always said that carrying a flower brings good luck.
Thank you.
Collect some intel downstairs.
Office door is old yet spotless and polished. The doorknob won't budge an inch. Clearly it's been locked from the inside.
Don't touch that door. The office is off limits. No one but Mr. Enric Ethelred is allowed inside.
What are you doing here?
Dusting? Every day, every shelf, every door. Everything gets wiped down.
Every day?
You don't get it. It's a habit. Filling life with regular tasks. That's what habit is. Like how I clean here daily. Or how Psyche waters her flowers twice a day.
That's too much.
Habit fills the void inside.
That makes sense. I should adopt a habit too. Does Mr. Henrik have any?
He seems quite disciplined. Probably a good role model for me.
Didn't mean it make it sound like I was trauma dumping. No, not at all. You didn't. I've been receiving a bunch of art and trying to incorporate them as merch. So a lot of thinking, but I've been trying to finish some future planning for my trip to Canada for Christmas. Oh, very nice. So a lot of planning and mental notes. I getcha. You are not trauma dumping. Do not worry. Also, I asked, you know? But I feel you. I am planning for my 2.0 right before Christmas. But also I'm moving twice within the next 2 months. So I'm moving once within this month. And then I'll be having a trip early December. Yeah. Okay, so basically I don't have a place to go yet. So my mom's going to be staying with relatives long term. And I'm just going to be staying there temporarily. Then going on a trip to visit some friends at the beginning of December. Then after I come back from the trip, hopefully find an apartment and move there before my 2.0. So it's like, yeah. And I'm trying to prepare for the 2.0 at the same time. Yeah, it's a lot. I mean, at least I won't have to pack twice. Whoa. Why did the launcher just pop up? Interesting.
Mr. Henrik? He does have some habits. Let me see.
Hehe. But I am excited. It's so stressful because it's so much at once. But I am excited. A lot of good stuff is happening. Moving is going to mean, first of all, I'm gonna, thank you, yeah. First of all, I'm going to be visiting friends in the States. And it's my first time kind of traveling alone. So that's kind of exciting. And it's also just friends that I really want to see, and I'm excited. And also, it'll be my first time living alone, which is also scary, but really exciting. Because I'm super introverted, and I love living with my mom, but I don't know when else I'm gonna get a chance to live alone, just because financial reasons. So with her living with a family member, we're finally gonna be able to afford me living alone. It's gonna be hopefully tiny. Please buy a ring cam. Maybe I will. That's a good idea. Thank you. Yeah, actually. I never even considered that. So that and my 2.0, which I've been preparing for like a couple friggin' years. So I'm very excited. A lot of packing, a lot of work to do, a lot of changes. Security top priority. How much do ring cams cost? Hold on. Ring cam cost. Okay, they can be like a little bit cheap. You can get it for like 100 Canadian dollars-ish. Yeah. Thank you for the suggestion. That's a really good idea. My mom will probably feel better about that too. Are you in Canada? Yes, I am. Currently in BC, although I lived in Ontario for most of my life.
When peeling apples, the peel mustn't break. The number of steps from the bathroom to the office has to be even. Every month, he goes out at precisely 8 p.m. on the 20th, then returns to double-check the door lock 3 times.
That, okay, he's got major OCD. Ooh, moving to Ontario next October? That's so cool! I hope you enjoy it. I hope you like the cold. I hope you like extreme weather. Ontario has both really hot and really cold weather. BC's a little milder.
These habits are quite personal, though. I doubt they'd offer much for you to learn from.
I hope you enjoy the healthcare. Yippee! I don't know, actually. Are you planning to be like a permanent resident or a citizen? Permanent resident? That's what I am! Although, I'm in the process of getting citizenship. I did my application, I passed the test, I'm just waiting to hear back for the, like, ceremony or whatever. Which could take who knows how long. But I moved here when I was younger. Like, 5.
So, Henrik regularly gets out of the house at 8 p.m. on the 20th every month.
That's some crazy OCD, though.
Why? Not only did you leave me, but even the pocket watch you gave me has stopped. It's all right. We'll meet again very soon. Hunt.
Hunt?
Huh? Who are you? I haven't seen you before. Are you from the outside? Were you eavesdropping?
I didn't mean to. You were loud.
No, I wasn't talking to you.
Oh, but you were loud. Let's talk about Hunt.
I don't know. I don't know anything. Please,
Okay.
stay away from me, or I'll scream.
Okay. She believes.
Ida was right. Hunt, the missing fox hunter, used to live here. But the lodgers here are tight-lipped about his whereabouts.
Fox Hunter, I've checked it. The crystallo is authentic, and its purity matches the small sample I had before. Good job. Here you go. 3,000 silver coins, and this signed receipt. Bring it to Miss Camilla, and she'll give you the guarantee of 1,000 silver coins.
It was a total of 5,000.
This necklace. It's worth far more than 1,000 silver coins.
Okay.
You're free to sell it or pawn it.
Okay, the deal is done then. And about that house, let me stay a few more days, okay?
Treasure the intel, never miss the
Though I
thread.
couldn't get into the office, I've managed to gather some useful intel. Time to see Outsider.
How did the investigation go?
Couldn't get to the bottom of his story, but I did make some discoveries.
Sanatorium. Locked in his house and might hold a secret. Henrik spends most of his time outside the house, but there's a window.
I chatted with the lodgers there.
Buy 2 ring cams if you have 2 doors. It'll probably be 1 door.
Has a peculiar routine. He always leaves the house at 8 p.m. on the 20th of every month.
I'm gonna be looking for the cheapest apartment that I can get. In fact, if I don't find apartments, I'll be looking for like long-term hotels. So, if I'm in a hotel, I won't need a ring cam anyway. Though there's probably security cameras there. If I'm in a motel, however, I will still get one. Because there are like long-term stay things. It'll probably just be for a year.
Great. That's our window of opportunity to investigate him. We need to figure out how to secretly follow him. Or sneak into the Hypnos house.
But thank you for the idea and the advice. Very, very good idea.
So, it's actually a sanatorium. What's there to hide about that? I mean, it's true that Karens lead hard lives, but seeking medical help isn't forbidden.
Right. I also learned that someone there knew your missing friend, Hunt.
I'll be seeing you later, though. Thank you. Best of luck, Pun. I hope everything goes smoothly. I know you're super busy and stressed, but I hope things go well. And I hope to see you soon. Goodbye.
Hunt was quite healthy before he disappeared. So, what illnesses do those lodgers have?
No idea. They refuse to talk. Or more likely, Henrik forbids them to.
Is Henrik targeting the sick? That's even more disturbing. I'm gonna have to add extra locks and remind Fina to lock the door all the time. Anyway, what exactly happened to Hunt?
There's a locked room in the house. It might hold a secret.
Henrik's office. The lodgers say it's off limits. Nobody but Henrik himself can get in. The door is securely locked and watched. Plus, Henrik himself is in there. I didn't want to be hasty.
Smart decision. If Henrik lost it, who knows what might happen.
But the locked door isn't the only entrance to that room. When I left, I scoped out the house. It appears the room connects to the chimney on the roof.
That's impressive. I'm glad I found you to team up with. So, we just need to find a time when Henrik isn't around.
Also, chimneys aren't just straight down. They don't work like that. You can't just go through a chimney.
So, here's our plan. On the 20th of this month, while Henrik is out, we'll try and get into the locked office through the chimney. That room is exclusive to Henrik, so we won't be noticed. You're quite sharp. I'm even considering a long-term partnership with you. Oh, I've been meaning to ask. Since you took down that monster in the pit, you must be pretty skilled in physical combat, right?
Yes.
I wasn't particularly strong, but I've been stepping up my game lately.
All right. Over the next few days, let me teach you some fighting skills. It's always good to be prepared.
Yeah.
We'll start tomorrow then. And hey, next time you run into Camilla, let her know we've teamed up for now. It'll make our partnership seem legit.
It's still early. Maybe I can go to the Asphodel and see if there's any new commissions to take on. Also, Psyche seems a bit lonely. Maybe I should try to make some time for her before leaving Ice Lake.
Okay. Combat. Voyage into the Long Night. Complete the main story. Prey versus Hunter. Okay. Rain. Mediation. Okay. Who the fuck are you talking to? I've made up my mind. Hello, test subject number 1. The boy peers up at you, his wide eyes gleaming with anticipation. He's wearing a neatly kept, well-made uniform. Looks like he might be a student. It's not safe for a kid to be out here alone. Ask if there's any reward involved. What's the test about? Is it part of your homework? Nope, it's my personal research, my very own project. Here's the deal. I'm conducting a scientific study on... Fuck, I keep forgetting how to pronounce it. Karen folk? And guess what? You've just been selected as my very first test subject. Why me? It was a totally random draw. That's how we avoid bias, obviously. Let me start with your name. What should I call you? I am the Flame of Rebirth, Guardian of Ice Lake, the glorious one originally from Purgatorio Island, Yuri. Whoa, slow down. Flame of something Ice Lake what now? That name's way too long. How about I call you Miss Purr? Don't worry, it's super simple. All you need to do is fill out the survey. The boy holds out a thick stack of papers, clutching them in both his hands. The edges are rough as if ripped straight from a school notebook. The pages are filled with childish but tidy handwriting, listing hundreds of questions, all carefully numbered. Oh boy. Your survey's a bit long. I might have to charge you extra. But I'm already out of pocket. Maybe I can pay you in installments? Pretty please. Out of all Karens and Ice Lake, I picked you. It's gotta be fate. Just then a tall, broad-shouldered Karen strolls past. The boy vanishes in a flash. You glance over your shoulder and spot him, tucked neatly into your shadow. As soon as the stranger is gone, he pops right back out to where he was, like nothing happened. So, what do you say, miss? What was that? Were you scared? No way, I was just worried. It'd be rude not to say hello. Researchers aren't supposed to lie, you know. Maybe just a tiny bit. But anyway, that's not the point. Where were we? Oh right, the survey. If you really don't want to fill it out, I'll just pick a few super important questions and you can just tell me your answers. I've got time right now. We can start right away. Okay. Sure. Alright, listen up. First question. Why do you only have one horn? I sold the other one for cash. Only smart kids can see the other one. I was born that way. So, it's just a natural difference. Interesting. Next question. What does your horn feel like? Can you slice a piece off for me as a sample? It would hurt, so no. Oh, sorry. Wait, really? Do demons' children feel pain too? That's not what my dad told me. Speaking of which, what do your mom and dad look like? As demons' children, they must look super scary, right? Like monsters who could swallow a person whole? No idea. Never met them. No conclusion without first-hand observation. Hey, you'd make a great researcher too. A few years back, I met this really nice Karen gentleman. He told me he was a fairy. He was in a rush to meet someone, so I didn't get to ask much more. But he was the first person who ever gave me a different answer about where Karens come from. I've always wondered about it since, but I never saw him again. Everyone seems to have a different answer for question number 3. It looks like I'll need lots more samples. Hi, dirty girl, how you doing? Next up, question number 4. More questions? That'll cost you extra. Okay, let's call it a day then. Thank you, miss. Here's your payment for helping with my survey. I'll save up more pocket money and come back to ask you the next questions. Nice. What is this? I'm doing exceptionally well. Oh, good. I'm glad to hear that. Are you winning? I think so. I'm trying out a new game. Just, paying attention to the story and such, trying to get used to it. If you're familiar with gacha games like Wuwa or Genshin or Honkai Star Rail, it's like that, except they took the gacha part out. Now the only gacha is for cosmetics. You can actually craft all the characters for free at any time. So if you go to the gacha screen, there's the standard cosmetic banner, which has outfits and I think weapon skins, or just weapons. Just pretty bows. Are they skins? I think it's a skin. Yeah, it says cosmetic. Or you can put like little things on a person. Make her completely blind. And then the standard one is a really pretty outfit. So yeah. Ooh. Oh, possible rewards. Interesting.
Treasure the intel, never miss the thrill.
I'll take a 20% cut.
Wretchedness would
You can
surely
make
draw heaven's own tears.
I think the outfits are really cool. Yeah, I'm really liking the character designs. Hey kid, words got around about your big score at Levin Pit. Really impressive, I'd say. How about I team up with you for a gig? I'll take a 20% cut, you keep 80. What do you say? Yeah, sure. Alright, let's get going then. Mila, put the drink on my tab. I'll pay you back once I get the reward. Same as always then. Your pocket watch stays here as collateral. Sure, sure. Yuri, let's make short work of this. Okay. Accept. Here, hold on. I'll show you the characters. So this is the main character. There is the male version too. But I chose the female. This is a girl that has a somewhat similar design to me. So she has like a pet pig, and their duo name is Truffle and Filbert. Surprisingly, she's Truffle. The pig is Filbert, which is unexpected.
Are you inviting me on a date?
Pretty jellyfish girl with a nice accent.
Let's go.
Tragically lost friend. That's the center of the story right now.
Where are we heading for today's haul?
Dumpster diver.
I shall offer what humble aid I can.
Haven't met her, but she's pretty.
Samuel, here we go.
Also pretty. I haven't met any of the other ones.
Are you taking me out to play?
That's a lie. Sick girl.
No backsies. I knew you'd bring me along.
Generic friendly girl. I was about to ask if the pig was Truffle. Yeah.
Who's the target?
I was bamboozled. Have not met her. She looks cool.
Seeking aid from an enemy.
She's the villain and hot.
It seems
Surprise.
hatred hasn't completely.
Are we going on an adventure today?
I love the tentacle thing. That's so cool. She looks so cool.
You have set the stage anew for me.
I don't know who he is, but he looks silly.
Where are the sinners?
Massive badonkers. Never even played this game, but still. I love Lady... the deer girl? No. Yeah. She's beautiful. I love tentacles. She can use them on me. I don't mind. I just want you to take a look at this girl's age, just the way this girl looks, and reconsider that. Okay? Okay. Bedtime. I hope you sleep well, Pajama Nerd. I hope you have a wonderful night and the sweetest dreams, and that I get to see you soon. Yeah.
Oliver would be much better at fighting than me.
Yeah. If you want Hot Tentacle Girl, Yidhari from ZZZ is coming out early November.
Emergency supplies are packed, ready to deploy at any time.
This one we have met.
Delicate mission. Shall we do it together?
Dog boy, dog boy.
I really have to go there this time.
He reminds me of Tartaglia. I assumed it was Dommy Mommy. Why can't they all be Dommy Mommies? I know.
Weapons, supplies, power levels, mission plans. Check completed for the 17th time. Standing by.
The sad thing is I don't mind characters like this. I don't mind the really childish looking characters. I mind the people who sexualize them. You know? It's just, it's sad. We can't have shit, you know? Like, her design, I will say, I don't know if she actually is a child, because she has boobs. So she's probably a different type of race, but regardless. Like, her design is really cool. We really can't have shit for real, I know.
Here we go.
Like, her design is really cool, too. Oh, she has a little puff tail. Like a little bunny. Cute. I love her halo. Yeah. Ooh, that.
You keep 80%.
This would surely draw heaven's own tears.
Such wretchedness. I low-key fuck with the smaller characters because I think it's funny as fuck seeing this 3'0" character pull up to a god and win. I like the smaller characters just because they're cute, man. Like, on some aura and hype moments type shit. No, I have nothing against there being, like, short characters like that. Like, the childish-looking ones. It's when they're sexualized by the fandom. Or sometimes the creators that I'm just like, gag. What did I miss? Who's Buck? Oh, a loud man is holding court, his dramatic recitations drawing bursts of laughter from the patrons. Phantoms from the deep mountains, ghost from the ice lake itself. They're pressing in, they're getting closer. Hey, you're here. Reporting for duty. I don't have any proper jobs for you at the moment, but you can hardly imagine. A phantom! A silent stalker that ignores the doors. As you can see, we've got a bit of a situation here. Who's that gentleman? Mr. Buck. Can't handle even a drop of liquor, so it's always fruit juice or milk for him. Profession, third-rate playwright. First-rate producer of Bumble Jumble. He's been spinning his yarns for a while now. As you can see, the man struggles to convey his thoughts clearly. Could you help by translating his flamboyant narratives? Sure. Perhaps sorting out Mr. Buck's convoluted vocabulary and reorganizing the keywords would help clarify his script. Nice. Only a sharp mind like yours is suited for this task. Accept.
I'll take a 20% cut. You keep 80%, as usual.
Wretchedness would surely draw heaven's own tears.
Let's give it a go. You tune into the playwright's bombastic music. Skill check dice. Yeah, I know. That is pretty unique to games like this. I wish Camilla was playable. She's so pretty. Nights can be particularly long for poets and playwrights. Our pens track the vibe amongst people, and our hearts naturally rise and fall with the moon and tide. When the night falls, we can cast away the blinding sun, the worldly voices, and the unsettled thoughts and reflections. It is the hour when I can truly commune with the cosmos itself. Mr. Buck likes to stay up writing his play. Alas, either my unwitting arrogance has peeved the goddess of inspiration, or the deity of sleep has played his cruel tricks on me. Otherwise, I would have noticed the sands of time trickling by. I ought to have greeted dawn with the pages filled with prose and stanzas. Instead, I awoke refreshed with an empty soul and sheets of paper blank. Mr. Buck isn't making too much progress in his work. Oh, he fell asleep while writing his play. Maybe he should focus on bedtime stories instead. In my enthralling dreams, I heard gentle footsteps, light as the dance of fairies. The scent of ripe fruits slathered in sweet honey wafted through the air. Perhaps I was lost in my dreams, but those sounds and smells brought me back to reality. They are ephemeral, lingering by my side, yet I am certain of their existence. He noticed strange things happening while he was asleep. It's possible he overslept and started seeing things. Okay, strange things. They are not hallucinations, yet I fail to grasp their trails. I cannot fathom these strange incidents. Are they phantoms, ghosts, or mere illusions? My dilapidated abode remained untouched. The spirit stole nothing but my inspiration, which I cherish as dearly as life itself. It threatens to shatter my dreams. He did not lose any money or personal belongings. A playwright's night cannot be squandered on sleep. I implore any of you to heed my plea. Banish this vile burglar of inspiration, so that my magnum opus may yet be completed. I shall bestow upon you the honor and perhaps grant you the role of the hero in my next epic. Demonstrate your unmatched skills to me so that I may dedicate myself to chronicling the biography of the next great fox hunter, my savior. Oh, of the great fox hunter. If anyone solves this case, Mr. Buck will make them the protagonist of his next play. This man has no money! So, this appears to be a pro bono commission. It sounds interesting enough, though. Are you willing to take it? Yeah. Oh, a champion has answered my call for help. Perhaps this marks the beginning of a new epic odyssey. This plate is clipping into the table. I am exceedingly curious about the adventures you will undertake. Please do share your story with me once you return.
I'll take a 20% cut. You keep it.
Can I... Ah. Commissions. Mediation. Level up my character first. Okay, I'll do this one.
I'll go first.
Find and expose the detonator of the finale flare. Before exposing the detonator of the finale flare, you can defeat the leader of the Forsakens in the area first to make the subsequent challenge easier. Once the detonator is exposed, quickly destroy it to neutralize the mechanism. After destroying the detonator of finale flare, head to the evacuation point as fast as possible. Bounce pad helps you make a swifter retreat. Okay, so bad news. We have to find things.
The Forsaken have set up a dangerous bomb here. If we don't destroy it, everyone's lives will be in grave danger. The client mentioned 3 members from the Forsakens are behind this explosion. I'll let you know if I find him. Taking him down before breaking Finale Flare's detonator should smooth things over for the mission.
I suck ass at finding things. What are we looking at while going down the lift? Oh, I was actually looking to see if the companions would teleport.
Found one of the soldiers of the Forsakens!
Because the little markers were showing they were still up top. I was waiting to see when they would teleport too. I don't think we can get a little bit upskirt. There's not much there though. Where's the detonator?
You'll get yours next time, just you wait!
Here's briefly before attempting to defeat her. Okay. What? Okay, what are we doing? They didn't TP until we got down. I wasn't paying attention to the markers. I think they teleported very briefly before.
Finale Flare's detonator is exposed! Time to wreck it! Jeez, it's not like we planted this bomb. How come all enemies are coming at us?
Yay! Is there like an auto challenge? That would be nice.
My venom is...
Do you want to see Pretty Jellyfish Lady and her really nice accent? Hold on. I think it's Italian.
Chief Sybil!
Come on.
There's a piece of bad news, and another that might be considered bad as well.
Let's hear the worst one first.
The unit left on Purgatorio Island has been searching
I do
the
too.
area for 3 days, but they've yet to find
Once the
any
cutscene is
trace
over.
of that girl who was with number 0. We searched the nearby waters immediately after she fell off the cliff. Theoretically speaking, she shouldn't have drifted far. Unless... Unless someone rescued her.
Continue investigating the residents on nearby islands. Leave no suspect or witness unchecked.
Already on it, and we're expanding the search area. But if I may ask, if we do find her, the host of Resonance, what's the plan, Chief? A fully awakened Resonance can exert control over any daemon, but that power hinges entirely on the host's will, which means if she won't cooperate, then capturing her does the Empire no good. Worse, it could become a threat, just like last.
Then we do what we did before. Wipe it out. That power cannot fall outside Imperial hands, least of all into Elysium's. Now, the other bad news?
It's about the other matter you've asked me to investigate, Chief. During the search on a deserted island, I encountered some villagers who had fled there by boat. And then we discovered something quite intriguing. It's as if you were tasting a bowl of ordinary thick soup, only to find the spoon you had just used turned from shiny silver to a dreadful black.
Cut the fancy talk. Get to the point.
Ah, yes, Chief. That intriguing thing is a tiny time discrepancy. The villagers told me that the filthoids of Purgatorio Island always lived in the mountains, without much aggression. But 2 days before our arrival, they suddenly went berserk and started attacking the villagers.
2 days before our arrival.
It appears you've already figured it out, Chief. Quite a coincidence, isn't it? Due to a last-minute change of plan, we arrived 2 days later than initially scheduled. The only force capable of manipulating filthoids is the Forsakens.
Whoever it is, the 13th Legion has been compromised by unwelcome elements. After all these years, those worms have started wriggling again. It's time for a thorough extermination.
Like a predator finally emerging from its lair, the 13th Legion silently commenced a hunt in the dark. Meanwhile, in a city leagues away. I'm reading really fast because the shit goes by so fast. A novice is slowly learning to become a dependable hunter. Thank you for following, Divine Arbiter. You are now one of my little sleepyheads. Welcome to the slumber party. Hi. Right, pretty lady. Pretty lady with a hot voice.
You inviting me on a date?
First of all, look at her. Second of all, listen to her.
I've been waiting here ever since I woke up.
Hi, it's my first time playing.
So it's a good thing you came. I can feel it bubbling through my veins again. Can you come a little closer? What a romantic encounter. Was this the god of love's work? I'm Rebecca, a perfumer. How about indulging in a truly unique scent? The l'essence de l'amour. I made it myself. Are you inviting me on a date? Is this a reward for my overwhelming love? My venom is surging like my passion for love. Hurry up! I don't want to ruin our date by being late. Come closer. No violent contact. That's brutal! You're cold-blooded. Sweet venom going down your throat.
Ayo. Sorry.
Rot in the sweet aroma. Fear not, for I'll send you to the land of love. God of love, please don't forsake me. I can feel it. The power of love. Ciao, amore mio. I will punish those who aren't faithful to love in the God of Love's name. Failure hurts. I could really use a bit of comfort from you.
I like her a lot. She also doesn't even have long hair. She has like this like jellyfish ghost cape. I've been playing Duet too. How are you liking it? Well, I'm guessing you enjoy it. Who's your favorite character so far? Have you gotten to this point in the story? But yeah, once I heard gacha-less gacha game, like they took the gacha system out, I was like, ooh. Ooh. Are we not gonna have to be like side-eyeing the power creep? Past it, and I'm maining Randy right now. Randy. Rude. Trying to remember who Randy is. Hold on.
Going down your throat.
I am. Am I in combat? Fuck off. Oh shit, child? Yeah, that's what I thought! Yeah. I thought he looked like child. Okay, yeah. He looks like child and sounds / kind of acts like Gale from Baldur's Gate. Which, I don't really like child, but I fucking love Gale, so I'm on the fence about him. Hello? Do you have any tips about how to suck less when climbing? I feel like I suck so bad at climbing. I was gonna say child earlier, but I was like, no, Yachty. You go by Yachty? That's so cute. Please, you got brain rot? No, I absolutely thought the exact same thing when I saw him. I'm gonna get Lynn next, and then Fantasio. Oh, the guy, the jester looking guy. Just keep spamming the jump button. I am, and I suck. Do you hear my space bar? Fuck. Look at the Fantasio alt skill. Oh, there he is.
Have set the stage anew for me.
His voice line? Oh, fuck.
You have set the stage anew for me.
Oh, I can't. The buff? The buff. It's the buff. Okay. Okay, that's kind of cool. That's kind of sick. I like that. He morbs. Love that. Yachty as a nickname. It's cute. It is cute. I like it. And then who's Lynn?
Weapons, supplies, power levels, mission plans. Check completed for the 17th time.
Are we going on an adventure?
Who's the
Lynn.
target today?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You got an install as alt? What? Yeah, can't farm for him yet, but once he comes out. You got an install as alt? What do you mean?
Set the stage anew for me.
The morbing?
Who's the target today?
Do they all have horns?
Wakey wakey.
I'm guessing those count as horns.
Are you inviting me on a date?
Those definitely do. Those do.
Where are we heading for today's haul?
Those do.
I shall
Obviously.
Samuel?
Yes.
Are you taking me out to play?
Yes.
I knew you'd bring me along.
Yeah, yes.
Who's the target today?
Yeah, yes. Yes,
Are we going on
yes.
an adventure today?
Well, I don't know if she's a different species. I haven't met her yet. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Oliver would be. Emergency supplies are packed, ready
No.
to deploy at any time.
Is she a human? Potentially first human. Yes. Yes.
Weapons, supplies,
Yes.
power levels, mission.
I gotta give that thing a little tweak. It's still early, so why don't you do some casual practice on those beasts nearby? Just don't wander too far. Button Mushroom is in town keeping watch for us. I've already set up some traps. They may look like junk, they're made from scrap after all, but they work quite well. Be careful with them though. They aren't made of the sturdiest materials and might break if you step on them.
Hold up. Stuff. Ah. Despite all your efforts, the chest stubbornly refuses to open. Hey, stop messing around with our stuff. Aren't all chests in this city mine? Sorry, I didn't know it belonged to you. It's alright. Me didn't know either. Bigger Bro suddenly clamps a hand over Big Bro's mouth and gives him a punch. Cool. Take a closer look. Nice weather today, isn't it? We got both sun and moon. Another man suddenly pops out near the chest, dark ink dripping from his hand behind him. He attempts a nonchalant whistle. The chest next to his feet is suddenly marked by words, "Stuff of the Imperial 3. Obviously, they were just written by this small bro. No one in the Empire touches the Imperial 3 stuff. You gotta pay us like 7, 8, 9... What's after 9? Were you guys just born 5 minutes ago? 0. Thanks, that's nice of you. Wait, who asked you? Big bro, 9 is followed by more 9s. We call it 99. Bloody bugger, this one's playing tricks on the Imperial 3. We're gonna have to teach you a real lesson. And it won't be over unless you pay us 99 zillion silver coins. Oh, good night, Wolf. I hope you sleep well. Have sweet dreams. Thank you for being here. Mwah. Yeah, I really want Camilla to be playable. Flame traps will activate when attacked, dealing damage to all targets passing through. Some flame traps deal higher damage but require longer cooldown before reactivation.
These things on the ground must be outsiders' traps. This is really something. I didn't know Outsider had such a knack for this.
Hold up. Shh, don't move. Just play dead. I'm dead. I'm really dead. I'm totally dead. You killed my big bro. And bigger bro. You owe me blood money. No matter how hard you hit him, big bro refuses to let go of the chest. Small bro clings onto your leg with great vigor. You are obviously trapped in a ploy to extort money. Give small bro a vicious kick with the other leg. No. You can have it. I don't care. I'm not kicking these dumbasses. Aha! We're alive again! Stupid potato head. No one messes with the Imperial 3. Yeah, stupid potato... Potato? It makes my stomach growl. We'll buy some potatoes once we sell this chest. Let's get moving. You may leave, but the chest stays. I saw everything. Yuri found the chest first. What you did was robbery. And now it's become extortion, which is even worse. Outsider gives you a look, hinting that he'll take care of the problem. It's not yours. The chest has our name on it. Stuff of the Imperial 3. Your writing is, wild. Wizard, ain't it? Been practicing with this marker pen. Marker pen? Sounds really good. Cool. Can I have a look? What a hick. Here, take a look. Outsider takes the pen and spins it in the air, then writes something on Bigger Bro's back. Alright, following your logic, all of you are now working for Mr. Outsider. That's me. What? Wait, Bigger Bro's got something on his back. Outsider's sidekick? Well, if Bigger Bro is Outsider's sidekick, and Bigger Bro's our boss, doesn't that make us Outsiders? Yay! I'm Outsider's sidekick! What's a sidekick? What species are these guys? Because they were just born. It means, partner. Huh, I see. No, I still don't get it. It means you all listen to me and follow my lead. I'm a generous man. If Yuri and I make some quid? Oh. We'll make sure all of you get a share. That sounds awesome. We'll call you Super Bros, and you can call us Bigger Bro, Big Bro, and Small Bro. We're all part of the same bro team. Alright, bros, all together. Howdy, Super Bros. Yeah, okay. Now tell me why you were robbing people here. We came here from Scarlet River to make a living, but we keep running into Filthoids and Snow Wolves. And there's this huge scrap between the Forsakens and the Legion, but we gotta eat, you know? We're pretty far from home. How did you get here? It's not that far. We walked here. That's impressive. How much walking are we talking about? At least 6 months, I guess. Only those lacking common sense would attempt a thing like this. Alright, I am a fair super bro. Give back the chest to Yuri and run some errands for me, and I'll show you mercy and forgive you. Feels like we're taking advantage of these simpletons. I somehow feel a bit guilty. No, that's not enough. Hand over all you have. Okay, I do feel a bit guilty. Like they're dumb. Well, I'm trying to make them show some respect. Besides, we're not taking advantage of them. They're gonna thank us for this. Fine. Maybe next time. Thank you, Super Bros. Told you. Alright, looks like we've got everything settled. Come to my place tonight. Dinner's on me. Free food? Hooray! Let's go. I saw a thingy. Alt. Yay! Why are those being counted as, like, in a combat thing when they're so far away? Up. Bye. Bye. Who are you? Thank you. I'm safe now. On to more adventures. Okay. I will say so far the elements don't really feel like they have any use or impact. I will hydrate. Thank you, Prisma.
What's going on here?
Well, I made a bit of noise while tweaking that thing and these little critters just came at me. Come on, my friend. Help me out here.
Serves you right. Fine.
Ah. What's up?
Not bad. You've improved a lot these past few days. Still, there's more to learn. For example, with larger beasts and filthoids, they're fast but clumsy. So you can stand in front of something solid like a wall or a tree and provoke it to charge at you. Then, dodge its charge to let it knock itself out.
Clever.
Naturally. It's a trick I picked up growing up tough. It's the same with these enemies. An enraged person isn't much different from a beast. Alright. Those random critters weren't much of a challenge for you.
What's this? Is it your voice howling in there?
A piece of scrap metal I picked up from the scavenger girl. It's tougher than it looks, and those filthoids can't easily smash it. I stuck a loudspeaker inside to lure them.
Did he make those noises?
Look, here they come.
Can I get a live performance? Ooh. Ooh. I'm moving.
We already know each other pretty well. I really have to introduce myself.
Upgrade. All the way. How do I get these? Demon wedges. Auto grip. Weapons. Equip. Upgrade. I have to feed it others? Not Chubby. I can't feed it Chubby. Bon voyage. What are the shortcuts here? Okay, that's events. This is battle pass. F3 is wish. F4 does nothing. F5 does nothing. Okay. Let's do one of these bad boys. Cannibalism. Yeah. Okay. Hold on. I wanted to do the backpack. Wait, trait. Okay. It's it. Remove. 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 You can go here. How do I... Alright, you there. Why does this clash? Oh. Armory. Weapons. Equip. Combat. Wait. I thought I got the thingy that lets you unsummon someone. Loadout. You can have this. Equip. And okay. Can go here. And ooh. Oh. I guess I have to continue? Jellyfish. And this guy. Ooh, it's two. It reminds me, I still need to get all the achievements in the forest and Sons of the Forest. I recently got Sons of the Forest. What am I... Oh, am I defending it?
Check this out.
It broke.
Well, it is made from scrap after all.
It didn't break.
I was surprised it would work.
Get fucked. Ah, fuck.
Not bad.
You did? How is it? I
Your
barely
combat
played
skill
any
has
yet.
gotten sharper than I thought.
I
So
just
put
started
you
playing a
become
bit with Cat.
fully-fledged fox hunter.
I have played the forest though.
The young nowadays do have talent.
The thing is, I watched like a video on the Sons of the Forest story, and I know I'm not gonna like the story, but I feel like I'm gonna like the gameplay enough that it's worth it.
The sun's going down. Let's go. It's time to meet Button Mushroom. I wonder if everything on her side went smoothly.
Yay! I finally got it. Okay. Tactical backpack. You, here. Finally. Huh? Oh. I was gonna look up like best characters, like strongest characters in this game, but at this point I've had absolutely no issue with strength so far. So I guess it doesn't matter. Story is okay-ish in my opinion, but the gameplay is very nice. I love building stuff. Yeah, I enjoyed the story in the first one, although I will say the first one I chose to not crash the plane, so it's just kind of like nothing happened. It was a little anticlimactic. In the second one I saw like shit gets wild and I'm like, okay girl, calm down. You've lost the plot. Prerequisites, Prey versus Hunter. Cool. You good, girl? Okay, sorry, I should have read that. Stay away from me, I don't know anything. I only want to have a look at the pocket watch. Perhaps I can fix it. It's precious to you, isn't it? You can really fix it? Will you let me have a try? I don't know. What am I supposed to do? So, what happened to Hunt? No, I can't say. Please just leave. Don't come back. This girl's sudden change of heart leaves you stumped. You search her eyes, hoping for some clue. They are eyes full of sorrow and confusion, yet you see a flicker of conviction within them. You don't know where it comes from, or what it means, but you understand this is why she won't talk. The girl stares out of the window, lost in thought. Her gaze is fixed on something far away, as if searching the vast, empty sky. I've been recently really hyped because of a movie trailer from a game. Ooh, which one? You sense a stillness from her, something out of place for her age. An air of stagnation, of slow decay. Say something to her. A part of you worries she might do something rash. Another part is just curious what she's looking for. Either way, you decide to break the silence. Hello? If you want something, just get on with it. Oh, no, it's nothing. You seem to be staring into the distance. Looking for something? Helldivers, a fan-made movie. Oh, very cool. Am I? Maybe I wasn't looking at anything at all. Just drifting, aimlessly. I sometimes find myself spacing out like that. It's quite calming. Sometimes. Seems we're not so alike, you and I. The girl lowers her head, saying no more. Everyone has struggles no one else can see. In the end, we all have to face them alone. Maybe she hasn't found the courage yet. Best to let her be for now, you think to yourself.
Psyche? Is that you? I promised to come check up on you, remember? Your eyes. Are you having trouble seeing things again? Like what happened at the pit? Yeah. My vision's a bit blurry again. Don't worry. It's just an old problem acting up.
Oh.
I might be a bit tired. A few days rest should help.
She looks rather lethargic. Something seems to be on her mind. You notice the plotted plant she was taking care of, and she was sighing at it. Resting might not do much. Why not try going out and doing something fun to lift your spirits? Let's ask about the plant.
Why did you sigh at the flowers? Could you do me a favor? The potted plant here. Can you describe for me how well the flowers are blooming?
They don't look very healthy. The stems and leaves are yellowing, and the petals lack their usual luster. The flowers seem a bit under the weather.
Like I guessed.
You want to have a look at it later? Sure! I don't know anything about Helldivers, though, so I might not be able to appreciate it. But if you want to share with me, I'd be happy to look.
Could you take a closer look? The well-being of flowers hinges on careful observation, but I can't do that now.
All I really know is what you told me. Describe the color, the shape, the petals. Let's do the petals.
Petals have soft stripes that radiate from the center outward, somewhat resembling the veins of the leaves. However, they seem not to be very plump. The stripes deliver nutrients and function just like the veins of the leaves. Although the flowers usually steal our attention, they're not that different when compared to leaves. Both parts of the plant are doing their best to respire and grow. Let me see. If they look shriveled, they may be low on nutrients.
Describe the color.
The flowers are bright yellow, a very vibrant hue.
You couldn't make an actually yellow asset?
I love yellow flowers. They remind me of the sun and warm my heart. The petals don't have smooth edges. Instead, there are plenty of irregular gaps running along the margins. Right. Try touching the petals softly. I love running my fingers along the edges of petals. Every petal feels different, as if they have their own story to tell. But these petals seem to have lost their shine. The edges are dark and curled as though they've been burnt.
I believe the flowers are thirsting for some water. I think I understand the issue now. Thank you.
Is this kind of flower hard to care for?
No, it's quite resilient actually. It can even thrive in places with long winters, like Ice Lake. As long as it is well trimmed, fertilized, and given the proper humidity and temperature, it can bloom beautifully for weeks on end. But I didn't do it well. I'm far from
The
being
butterfly,
as good a
yeah.
florist as my parents.
Comfort her, even though even the toughest flower can be vulnerable and will wilt one day. Ask her to think of any changes or differences compared to the way the plant used to be nurtured.
I've grown it the same way as my parents did, and it's always been in Ice Lake, so the environment should be consistent. Ah, I get it. Maybe it's the soil.
The soil?
Yes. Dad used to gather special soil from a cave beyond Ice Lake for our plants. He mentioned that the special soil is more fertile than the others. Perhaps I can go there and, forget it. I'll worry about this later.
I help Psyche.
Don't worry. I can collect some for you.
You don't have to do that. Just coming here and talking with me is already...
It's okay. I'll have to leave town for the commissions anyway. Gathering soil isn't that hard. So, where's that cave you mentioned?
Thank you. Oh no. I was about to say thank you, but I think we're beyond such formalities with each other. Let me give you the location of the cave.
Table done. Floor done. What's left? The handrail. Yes, the handrail. The boy is muttering to himself, looking stressed. His hands gesture about frantically. Can you step aside? Sorry? The handrail. I still need to wipe it down. You're in the way. You follow his agitated gaze to the staircase handrail. It might not be new, but as far as you can tell, it's already gleaming and utterly spotless. Thank you, yes. If anyone here takes meds or vitamins, and this is around the right time for you to take those, this is your reminder to do so. I have already taken mine. I shall drink. Thank you. I will move out of his way. Taking the hint, you shrug and step aside, letting him get back to his endless frantic cleaning. Miraculous Jellomon. Oh no! Nice. Hi, Hammer. I am. How are you doing? Oh, hold on.
The soil here feels dry. Perhaps I should look elsewhere.
Are these collectible? No.
Found it.
Doing good, just getting ready for work. I hope you have a lovely day. Good luck at work.
Collect more. Okay, this should be enough. Time to head.
I always make time for you. Thank you. You're so sweet. To be announced. Interesting. Okay.
Psyche, here's the soil from that cave. Does it look right? Its touch is exactly like that of the soil Dad used to grow flowers with. And there's so much of it. This should be enough to help every plant thrive here.
I'm glad you're happy. Psyche is lost in happiness as she feels the soil in her hand. You suddenly remember the flower, the one that Psyche gave you. You take out the flower, and it rests peacefully on your palm. Though much time has passed since you received it, its petals remain immaculate.
It's that flower I gave you. And you've been carrying it around all this time. Of course, it's a precious gift. You love these flowers, don't you? Is it okay for you to pluck one from the plant and give it away? I was not when I was little. Have you seen freshly cut flowers sold at the florist? I never liked that practice. It always made me feel sorry for the flowers. Flowers, stems, and leaves all belong to the same plant, yet people cut the flowers to admire their beauty, leaving them to wilt and die alone.
Indeed, if flowers had a choice, they probably wouldn't want to be snipped off. But maybe that is the flower's purpose, to have their beauty appreciated by others. Nah.
You said when you were little. Does that mean you feel differently now? Not entirely, but can I ask you something first? What do you think about flowers that are plucked from their plants?
Come on. I'll do my best to make them survive for as long as I can. I'll cherish the moment of their blossoming. I actually feel sorry for them as well.
I understand. That's what I thought. Now, when I see cut flowers, I still feel a bit sad. But over the years, I've come to realize that they are amazing. far more amazing than I thought. A plucked flower would no longer bear fruit. It's fated to perish in a slow, wilting death. Yet, it tries to absorb water, as if still rooted, blooming fully before its brief life fades. I no longer pity them. I'm impressed by them.
Indeed, they're amazing.
You feel the same, right? Oh, just listen to how somber and heavy our conversation has become. That wasn't my intention. Anyway, the soil you brought back is great. The wetness and softness are perfect. You might have a real knack for gardening.
If you have any more, just let me know. I could use a teacher if you're available. Let me know if you need more. That far that I watched into the game, I think Psyche is my favorite character so far. She is cute.
You are such a wonderful person. Apart from my parents, nobody else has ever taken my casual remarks so seriously, or done so much for a simple plant. Please, take this as a token of my appreciation. It's not much, but I hope you'll accept it. Do come back and admire these flowers when they bloom once more.
Oh, Steps of Winter. Okay. Real quick, before we start that, I just want to say just briefly, once again, a streamer that I am acquainted with and that I really, really admire is, doing her 3.0 debut soon. For me, it'll be this Saturday at 8 a.m. It'll be November 1st, 3 p.m. GMT, I believe. Basically, I'm super freaking hype and excited. This is her. Please give her a follow and support her if you feel so inclined. She is so sweet and amazing. Being in her stream feels like being wrapped up in a warm blanket. And I'm so excited. She's so talented. I cannot wait to see what she cooked up. Yeah, I love Dandy. I'm so hype. I'm so hype. Just as it's getting closer, I'm like, oh my god. It's literally in a couple days. I'm so happy. Okay. I just wanted to get that out there.
Finally! You're such a past outsider, making me stand watch here. This Demon King's great talents are meant for leading hunts, not keeping tabs on that gloomy man.
That's because you have a special gift for acting by stealth, Your Majesty. Look at us. All big and clumsy. We'd be spotted by Henrik in no time.
Smart of you to have recognized my greatness. Wait! That's just a roundabout way of calling me short!
No, not at all. You're the tallest and mightiest. The towering Ice Lake gates were practically built for you. Shh. He's coming out.
Right on 8 o'clock. If he ever changes careers again, he could offer time-telling services in the town square.
Stick to the original plan. Snow and I will tail Henrik, and outsider, you sneak into Henrik's office through the chimney.
Got it.
Little minion, hurry up!
Shh, keep it down, or he will notice us.
taking him so long?
Popcorn, cigs, booze.
An interaction with Moosh? Ugh. Did you call her short?
Oh, I've got an idea. We hide inside this big guy and follow him without making a sound.
Then tell me how you're planning to sneak inside without the soldiers noticing.
Oh, look! Henrik's leaving! Let's go!
All right, kids. Nice.
Not directly and not intentional. Yeah, wish he's cute like that. I don't know if there's actually any danger of being discovered here.
Flowers of solicitude. It's a flower shop. Wait, is he going on a date? Let's grab a seat across the street and wait for him to come out.
Henrik stepped into a flower shop and you decided to wait at a nearby cafe. Ah. True stalker sneaking around on the open road? Yeah. Everyone else would be looking at me like, what the fuck?
Can I get you two something to drink?
Oh, we're good. Just, hanging out and enjoying the view.
Well, nothing pairs with a good view like a good drink. We've got all kinds of coffee, Ice Lake's own boreal berry juice. Oh, and how about our newest special, rich, creamy pickled herring soup?
No thanks, we've got something. Wait.
Oh!
Let's ask the florist and try our luck.
Hello, we found this silver coin. Pretty sure that man just dropped it. We wanted to return it to him. Wait, are you crying? Did that guy say something mean to you?
No. It's just some duilet pollen in my eyes. Thank you for asking. If you mean the gentleman in white, I believe he's by the pond, northeast of here.
Got it. Thank you.
Wait, you... No. I might have mistaken you for someone else.
You are giving me this for free?
That's right. Your eyes sparkle like rubies. Perfectly matched.
Good night, Ghosty. Sweet dreams.
I hope you have a lovely day.
I hope you have a wonderful night and the sweetest dreams, and I will see you soon. Sweet dreams, Ghosty. Mwah. Good night.
Thank you. Then I'll gladly accept it.
Wow, a gift from a stranger? My little minion is way too charming.
The prints lead from the street right up to the window, and there's melted snow inside. No attempt to cover their tracks. It looks like it really was just a kid. Okay. Oh, that's for the bard guy. The playwright. Okay, I don't care. Camilla said, oh, typo. Mr. Buck can't handle alcohol. He never drinks, so someone must have spilled the milk. Wait, there's a sticky fingerprint on the jug. Small, child-sized even. Okay. He passes out after a single sip. Someone spiked the milk jug. A child broke into Mr. Buck's home and got him drunk. Dutton, what's up with you? As soon as Dutton spots you, he rushes over, practically buzzing with excitement. A thick cloud of perfume mixed with the damp stink of the sewers slams into your face, so strong it makes your eyes water. Ah, my dear friend, you've come at just the right moment. You're exactly the 100th participant. You'll get a free ride and even a reward after you play. So what do you say? Want to give it a shot? Sure. You catch a flicker of guilt in Dutton's eyes. Clearly this ride isn't quite as thrilling as he makes it sound. I have a bad feeling about this, but if the reward's good enough, it might be worth the risk. Free money, don't mind if I do. Now that's the spirit. Come on this way. Little heads up, we might run into a filthoid or two, but I'm sure that's no problem for a fox hunter like you.
I hope it will bring some comfort.
This should be the place. Yep, there he is.
Tools without spirits.
Did you see that? Henrik just threw something in there. This has gotta be his horrible secret. You stay here. I'll go fish it out. Ah! Not you again! Have a nice day! Bye! I mucked it all up! You'll get yours next time, just you wait!
I don't know what, like... Is this just like a refill? I guess so.
Now comes the most exciting moment! Through great trials and hardships, the Demon King and her minion finally retrieved a precious treasure from the deep waters. With hopeful hearts and anxious breaths, they opened the box, only to find... Huh? It's empty!
It's an intricately carved box, feeling surprisingly heavy in your hands. But as Snow said, it's empty. Not completely empty, though. There's some sort of residue. It seems to be some slimy powder resembling salt. Most of it has dissolved into the water, but a small amount remains at the bottom of the box.
It's not really empty. It previously held something. Some sort of powder, perhaps.
Powder? Why would Henrik bother to put a box of powder in the water?
No idea. But something feels really off. Let's go back and see how Outsider is doing.
Inside the Hypno's house.
Got all covered in soot. Fina's going to make a fuss about it when I get home. Anyway, finally made it in.
Investigate the stove. The furnace is massive. The fire is long out. but the ashes inside suggest recent
A
usage.
furnace this big? No way it's for cooking. And it doesn't look like a heater either. So what was it burning? Could it be?
Bodies? No.
The Slumber Project. What's this? September 3rd. Carolina Brown. October 29th. Hunt Clark. Hunt. Don't tell me he's already... November 25th. Psyche Frey.
Mr. Henrik, you're back. Here's a cup of hot water for you to warm up a bit.
Drat. Henrik's back.
Please don't make me hide. I suck so bad at hiding. Please. I saw a little quest marker. Where'd it go?
Treasure the intel, never miss the...
Hold up.
Are you saying Psyche is in danger?
Hunt appeared on that list after he went missing. I fear things didn't end well for him. And I'm worried your friend Psyche might be next. Henrik came back at a bad time. If I had just a few more minutes. It's my fault. I wasted too much time with that chimney. Damn it. I knew he was up to no good.
What do we do now? Psyche is a good girl. We have to find a way to save her.
I'm going to the Hypnos house right now.
Don't rush into it. We still have 5 days. So let's go back and get prepared first.
No, it's always better to act sooner rather than later to save someone.
Just stand there, helplessly watching her leave. Right?
How did you know?
Just a guess. You seem pretty shaken up, tossing all caution and reservation to the wind all of a sudden.
Imagine being thrown into a foreign land all alone, feeling unwanted and helpless. Then someone reaches out and encourages you to hang in there for good things to happen. If this person were in danger, you'd do anything to help too.
Maybe you're right. The bitterness of failure after trying beats the endless regret of, why wasn't I braver back then? But remember, being brave doesn't mean acting recklessly. Being brave is saying, I'm aware of all the possible endings of this path, and I accept them all. And I tread this path with no regrets, and nothing will change my mind.
Thank you. I've calmed down. I'll make some preparations. Don't worry, I've eased things with Henrik. I'll just pretend I don't know anything.
Okay. We'll also need a plan after we rescue those lodgers. You're not familiar with Ice Lake, so I'll handle that.
Okay. Where's the event? Something says there's an event. Why is it doing that? I hate that. Boo, okay. Bah. What event? Anger. Okay. Regardless, it is past 3 a.m. We have been playing for like 7 hours. So I think it is time for me to get some rest. It has been a hot minute. Let's see. Thank you for the head pat. Let us see. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. I do have someone that is playing Duet Night Abyss right now, but also they have been streaming for 9.5 hours. So I'm gonna maybe go ahead and raid into someone who is less likely to end soon. Let's see. Let's do Daenerys. This for the best. Hold on. Raid Daenerys, who is currently playing House Flipper 2 with a friend. I've only played House Flipper 1. I'm not sure how the second one is, but we can always find out. Thank you, I appreciate it. Anyone who's sticking around for the raid, here is the raid message. Alrighty, okie dokie. I appreciate everyone for being here. I hope you all have a wonderful night and the sweetest dreams. I will be back Saturday and Sunday, so I will see you then. Good night. Bye-bye. Bye.